Alright. Hello. So, welcome to what I've been hoping to do for some time. Well, what I'm finally getting to do after waiting for a few weeks, playing through all the games from the Capcom Fighting Collection 2. I mean, so like a lot of these games are. I was a big fan of the Marvel vs. Capcom collection and a big fan of Fighting Collection 1, which I actually realized in the build in while preparing for this stream. I realized that I hadn't gone through and played all the games from Fighting Collection 1 on the channel yet. So I might have to do that sometime, because there's like all the Darkstalker because there's like all the Darkstalkers games, there's Red Earth, there's Cyberbots, there's Pocket Gem Fighter, there's a bunch of really good games on Fighting Collection 1. But when the Marvel vs. Capcom collection released, played all the games on that on channel, at least all the arcade modes. And then went through. So I decided for the Capcom vs. SNK collection, or Capcom Fighting Collection 2, why not go ahead and play through all these again? Because there's a lot of games here that I've never gotten to play before. There's a lot of fighting games here that I've never gotten to play before, or that I don't even know have a lot of information about. But there are a lot of like fan favorites or cult classics, like both of the Power Stones, Project Justice, Capcom vs. SNK 1 and 2, and even the games that aren't. Out of the games that are on here, like or five of them, I would say, both the Capcom versus SNK games, Power Stone 1 and 2, and Project Justice, were games that fans were clamoring, like just raving that they wanted Capcom to bring back in some capacity. So them being on a collection from modern systems is pretty great. The other three of these, okay, for the other three of these, one of these is like it's an advanced port of Street Fighter Alpha 3. Yeah, it's Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper, so it's like an advanced port of Street Fighter Alpha, which, okay, it's time for y'all's favorite topic. Brawl goes over the weirdly convoluted lore and history of fighting games. So Street Fighter Alpha was released after Street Fighter 2 and before Street Fighter 3, but Street Fighter Alpha is actually considered one of the main entries in the Street Fighter series, and in fact is a prequel to Street Fighter 2. It is in fact came before Street Fighter 2, even though it released after Street Fighter 2, and it is technically the third mainline Street Fighter game, even though it is not Street Fighter 3. Anyway, so there's that one. Then there's Plasma Sword, which y'all are seeing on the screen right here, and a lot of ideas that Capcom devs had back in the day were, try and do this thing. Oh wait, we can't do that. We can't actually just do that thing. That's owned by someone. Let's make our own version. So this was their own idea. This was like, I don't know if Capcom had the rights to a Star Wars fighting game, or they just decided let's make a I believe it was actually that Capcom had made a deal with Lucasfilm to make a Star Wars fighting game, but then that deal just ended. So they were like, fine, we'll take the stuff we have and we'll just make our own Star Wars fighting game. And then the last one on here is interesting. Capcom Fighting Evolution. Capcom Fighting Evolution is like, okay, all these other games on here are like either fan cult classics or games that at least fans like or are interested in. Capcom Fighting Evolution is not that. People do not like Capcom Fighting Evolution. And from what I don't know the full story of this, but from what I do know, or from what I've heard, Capcom Fighting Evolution was like the last Capcom fighting game for like 4 years. It was like these were all released around the age of like the early 2000s, when a lot of fighting game companies or a lot of fighting game series were trying to make the transition from arcade to console. It was kind of like how a lot of games had trouble switching from 2D to 3D. A lot of fighting game series and a lot of other series that were like really well known in the arcades had trouble switching over from the arcades to consoles. And so this was basically Capcom did have some trouble with that as well. And Capcom Fighting Evolution was kind of the last. It was like kind of the last nail in the coffin for like Capcom focusing on arcade releases for fighting games and was really like the last. I think it was the last the last fighting game release for Capcom for 4 years until like Street Fighter 4 released in 2008. Slim says, "I'm here, but I'm lurking." Well, thank you for at least being here. Fans, I remember fans being utterly confused about Alpha 3's placement in the timeline. They were like, "Is this still a prequel? Is it an alternate universe sequel to Alpha 2?" That's Marzico fan says, "Capcom Evolution is a Fighting Evolution is a functioning game." So yeah, I'm gonna play through all the arcade. I'm gonna play through all the arcade modes for these games, like I did with the Marvel Collection. And I would also, gosh, if we had the time, I've only got about 4 hours tonight, but I would love to go through all the different versions of these. But here, so what I think I'm gonna do is instead of going in like order of like how they're ordered on here, I think what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna go in release date order, which actually, so the order these games released in, which like this order here focuses mainly on Capcom versus SNK 1 and Capcom versus SNK 2. And then, like, all the others are around it. Capcom Fighting Evolution is trying to sneak in right next to there, even though nobody wants it there. Oh, hey, Jackie, welcome in. Oh, hold on, just a second. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play through these in release date order, which means the order I'm going to go in is I'm going to play Plasma Sword first, because I'm going to go in Plasma Sword is first, because that game released in 1998. Then I'll go to Power Stone 1, which released in 1999. Then Power Stone 2, which released in 2000. Then Capcom vs. SNK 1, which released in also 2000. Then switch over to Project Justice, which also released in 2000. And then after that, then it'll be Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper, which released in 2001. Then Capcom vs. SNK 2, which released in 2001. And then lastly, we'll end with Capcom Fighting Evolution. So that if I end up not being able to get to all these games, I'll save Capcom Fighting Evolution for some other time. But I would like to play through that, just to see what's the problems with it. I've heard of some of the problems, but I'm kind of getting to a point where I like, even if people warn me about a game, I'd at least like to try out a bad game, just so I can kind of see for myself what makes it bad. Oh, Jackie says, "I love these games. I used to play all of them in the arcade, except for Fighting Evolution." I was just saying that, Jackie. I was just saying that every one of the games on this collection is like either a beloved cult classic, or it has its fans and is like or it has its fans and is liked by those fans, except for Fighting Evolution. But yeah, I just also wanted to mention, now that I have this, I have all three. I have the Triforce. I have the Triforce of Wisdom, the Triforce of Power, and the Triforce of Courage. I have all three of the Capcom fighting collections. I've also got I've got a bunch of I don't have all of them, but I have a lot of the other collections Capcom has done too. Yeah, at some point, I definitely should play through all the games in the Capcom Fighting Collection 1. That might even be a fun idea, like I did for the SNK Fighters Marathon from Hell, where I talked about those different, talked a little bit about SNK fighting game history while playing through all those games with really difficult challenges. Might be a good idea to play through all of these. Do that again, but with all these games. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna start with the first one. And for those watching curious, even though I am a fan of fighting games, this is my first time playing a lot of these games. I've always wanted to play the Rival Schools series, which Project Justice is a sequel to Rival Schools. I've also always wanted to play Power Stone and Power Stone 2 and Capcom vs. SNK 1 and 2, but I just never got the chance. Because those games haven't been easily available for decades. Okay, let me switch the category over. Yeah, we're going to start with Plasma Sword. or by its full title, Plasma Sword Nightmare of Bilstein. Jackie says Project Justice is a personal favorite. It's just so full of character. Okay, let me actually try. I'm gonna try training mode first. I don't know if I'm gonna get the chance to look at this, but gosh, there are so many good features that add in this. Like you can look at all the music. You can like listen to all the music. It's got art from all these different games, like the cabinet art that you would find in if you were to play these games in an arcade, they would have like cabinet art that kind of showed like the characters' combos and the basics of playing. They have that on here, and it's really cool. Mars Esco fan says Rival School is such a missed opportunity. It's essentially a Marvel versus game with all original characters. It is a little surprising. It is really surprising that Capcom hasn't really brought back Rival Schools in much like in really that much of a function since hmm. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna need to change. Yeah, I'm gonna need to change display settings. Display filter none. Okay, but yeah, it's like because okay, for those who don't know, it's time for again everyone's favorite topic here. I'm Joe. Everyone's favorite topic here. I'm sure. I'm sure this is what people come to these streams for. It's time for more it's more time for more in-depth discussion of Street Fighter lore and series and behind the scenes history. Right, the Rival Schools games are set in the same universe as Street Fighter, and they're set in the same universe as Street Fighter and Final Fight, Capcom's like first beat 'em up series. So it is really strange that Capcom never. Oh, also, if I remember correctly, this is the second Plasma Sword game. I think there was a game before this, but I'm not certain. Yeah, it is like okay, Akira, who we're gonna see in Project Justice, and is a lot of people's favorite character for reasons we're gonna see when I play Project Justice. Akira, she showed up as Street Fighter V, but it is a bit surprising that, yeah, that was like the first time in a long time. Okay, so let's look. There's a good chance to look at our characters here. So we got Hayato. A lot of people know them from Capcom versus Marvel versus Capcom 2. But there are main character lightsaber guy. Everyone's kind of got laser weapons, and y'all can kind of see some of the. Y'all can probably kind of see some of the Star Wars influence on this. Like, you could probably figure out who that guy on the left was inspired by. Mars Disco fan says we do. Oh, thank goodness! I'm glad that all this time spent watching videos and looking at history of Capcom fighters that I can then reshare to all of you. I'm glad at least some of y'all are enjoying it. Yeah, there's a lot of. Oh, and then this guy Billstein is kind of a passing resemblance to Darth Vader. His helmet's a bit taller. Yeah. See, Billstein. Oh, that's right. Alternate. Oh, that's right. So instead of okay, this is something. This is something I had forgotten about this game. For for every one of these games, not every one of these games. Excuse me. For every character in this game in Plasma Sword, um, all the characters they're like alt. They don't have alt costumes. I think they just have one If I remember correctly, they just have one costume. Most of them just have one costume, maybe two costumes, but all of them have like an alternate version. So like you have Hayato and Evil Hayato, known as Blood Hayato. So instead of playing against Hayato Color 2, you play against Evil Hayato. Here, for these, I'm going to try to show off a bunch of these characters. I'll just start with Hayato. Marcel Fancy, it's Yoshimitsu! He does look a bit like Yoshimitsu, now that you mention it. Also, okay, I was saying that, like, you might notice some straight, like, yeah, this kind of it wears its influence from, Star Wars on its sleeve. But even I didn't realize, where one of the most obvious places that is. Look at the character select font. Brad Shikari says June is July, right? No, this is not Street Fighter. That is actually a thing. That is actually a thing in Street Fighter. That instead of Cammy was originally made as like a clone of M Bison, and then he made like 12 other clones named after different months of the year. Okay, I'm gonna like open. Oh, I'm gonna show y'all what I mean. Okay, so look at the top of the screen. Look at the top of the screen with the character select text, and now and now look at here we go. There, you might notice a little bit of resemblance there. Now it's not total one for one. It's not totally one for one, but it's noticeably close. Jackie says it's reminiscent. Okay, I'll have them fight. I'll have them fight this guy. Oh, never mind. Okay, they do have alternate costs. They do have alternate colors. All right. I was way wrong. Oh, I love this. I love this early 3D look. I love this early 3D. I love this early 3D look with like these 2D sprite backgrounds and like these old school character models. Okay, I'm gonna check to see. Ah, there's the cabinet art. Okay, so look. So Jackie says each character has their own minigame special. Oh, that's fun. So let me see if I can try. Yeah, it's a 3D fighter, so it's got some rotational movement. Well, no, okay, it's like a 2.5D or like it's between a 2 and 3D fighter, because you both fight on like a 2D plane, but you can kind of like move the plane around a little bit. Let me go back to change character. Yeah. And let me. That works. That's medium. That's kick. Okay, that's A, B, M. Okay, I thought that was medium. No, that's A, B, M, K. Alright. That's B, K, so... Ah, his lightsaber got even longer. Marcel's Fan says, in virtual type fighter terms, welcome to the third dimension. Right. But I think that's enough of this one. Let me go ahead and actually move out. Let me get out of the training mode and actually play the arcade mode. And we will watch all the opening cinematics, because I love those things.
Capcom presents
Wait, no, that's the wrong collection.
Star Gladiator, Episode 2.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. Star Gladiator was the name of the first game.
Fourth Empire. A new level of peace and harmony has spread throughout the world.
But not the wider galaxy, just the world.
That battle was only a prelude.
So I'm going to try to get through all these games, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how many I can get through. If I don't get through all of them tonight, then I'll try to play through the remainder maybe on maybe at the start of Saturday's stream. Or... Well, yeah, okay. If I don't beat all these tonight, what I'll do is I'll start Saturday's stream a little earlier than normal, and I'll play through the remainder of these games in that opening part of Saturday's stream. Because I do want to give Trails to Azure a full 6 hours when I start that. Okay. So yeah, let me just go ahead and go with Hayato. Okay, so this is the sidestep. Oh gosh. Oh jeez. Ow, 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 ow. Hmm. Oh dang. Oh jeez. Ow. But KM Load Mouse and Wolf says, "You're actually gonna subject yourself to fighting Jim? You poor soul." Yes, I am. I must know. I must know, KM. Why? What exactly was it about this game that caused Capcom? What exactly about this game, about Capcom Fighting Evolution, caused Capcom to say, you know what, I think we're good on fighting games for the next 4 years. I don't think we need any more fighting games. I think we're good on them. Marcus Event says, Baymax and GLaDOS said had an unholy love child. You know, I would have never thought of that shit, but now that you mention it, I'm sure someone somewhere has thought of it. Also, hi, KM. Welcome in. Owie. Owie. Ow, ow, ow. I'm probably going to go and turn down the difficulty. If I can. Hmm. Well then. Oh boy. Yeah, let me actually quit and see if I can turn down the difficulty a little bit. There we go. Game setting. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna turn it down a little bit. Just because I'm gonna try to get through all 8 games. I'm gonna try to get through all 8 games in these 4 hours. So still though, amazing just how many extra features they added to this. I'm gonna go arcade mode. So yeah, if you're just coming in, I'm actually gonna go through all these games in release date order. So Capcom Fighting Evolution is actually gonna be the last one I'm gonna get to. And if I don't get to all these games tonight, what I'm gonna do is for Saturday stream, I'm gonna probably start Saturday stream a little early, and we'll get some extra time, and we'll take some extra time to play through the remaining games I don't get to tonight. Okay, I know this is a strange first comparison to make, but I see this skin for Hayato, and my mind instantly thinks, "Oh my gosh, the Leomon skin." I haven't even watched Digimon in like 20 years. I haven't watched Digimon in a long time. But for some reason, I saw the golden hair, like the darker skin, black outfit. I thought the Leomon skin. Jackie says, Fighting Evolution was the cheapest cashback. Smallest team and put in characters that worked in the system without changing the sprites. That is something I heard, that like the sprites really don't feel like they match up. Because there's so many there's sprites from so many different games that were like, they did nothing to try and make them all work with each other. Okay, there we go. Now it is a little fun. It is a little funny that this they decided like this was going to be a Star Wars fighting game. This was going to be a Star Wars fighting game. Then it decided let's not make it a Star Wars fighting game. But I'm pretty certain that everyone who's played like Star Gladiator and Plasma Sword and also played the actual Star Wars fighting game, Star Wars Masters of Terras Kasi, or whatever that title is, they probably, I'm willing to bet they'd like this one better than Terras Kasi. Oh dear. Oh, no, 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 no! Dang it. But yeah, for those that are just joining in and wondering, this is actually going to be my first time to play all these games. Some of these games, like, okay, the 2 Power Stones and Capcom versus SNK 1 and 2, and Project Justice, those are games I've actually been wanting to play for quite a long time. You know, I should probably check to see if I have a block. That'd be a good idea. I don't... You know, I might not, and it might just be the sidestep. Which I should probably use more. Yeah, those were all games I wanted to play for a long time. I just hadn't gotten to it because until this collection release, the only way I could really play them was if I like found I if I followed the path of a true One Piece fan. If I followed the path of a true One Piece fan, then I'd be able to. Then I'd then I would have been able to play these, but I didn't have a computer that would work with emulation up until like 2023. So very glad Capcom put this out. One thing, because it means that people like me who wanted to play these lesser-known games and these parts of Capcom history can actually get to. It also it means because now we can have an easy way of seeing these games at like fighting game tournaments. Fighting game. One of the things that has got me really interested in really interested. Like I was already really a fan of fighting games, but the thing that is one of the things that's got me like very interested in fighting games, like made my. I guess you could almost say it's one of my latest hyperfixations. Is like fighting games in the fighting game communities. Is just how like if you make a game and there are fans of that game, they will find ways to play it. Oh dear. You and the freaking... What the heck? Inazuna dropped me into an energy tornado. I guess I should be angry, but I'm honestly impressed. Ow. But, like, now that these games are available through this collection, we have, like, the fans of these games actually have a more viable way to play them. And I would love to see, like, tournament play for these... I would love to see tournament play for like all these different games. And just see like what people, just what like insane combos and like what insane combo potential these games have that fandoms were able to find. Crash Carries, have you ever watched Fist of the North Star? No. I've heard a lot of great things about it, but I haven't watched it yet. That is an anime I feel like I should watch because a lot of the stuff I like was inspired by Fist of the North Star. One thing I can say, okay, I will say one thing. Even though I haven't watched Fist of the North Star yet, I'm a very big fan of the Fist of the North Star PS1 game, which I haven't watched yet. Which, one of the things that I'll go ahead and tell y'all right now, and this is honestly me giving y'all a little bit of a sneak preview for what I'm working on with this game I'm developing. One of the big influences for the style of 3D I'm trying to make is Fist of the North Star on PS1. Although you might recognize the style from a game that is y'all would probably recognize this visual style from another game that's a little bit more well known. After all, it is kind of a legend when it comes to Mega Man games. I gotta say, if this did end up becoming like a Star Wars game and they had kept some of these designs for some of them, some of these characters would be some of the most unique looking Star Wars characters ever made. Like Rain here in this what almost looks like a royal wedding dress with a dang lightsaber scythe. I'm certain that she would be very popular. I was saying this earlier, but gosh, I love the look of these early 3D games where it's like a mix of 2D and 3D with like these 2D backgrounds that are like kind of to give the illusion that you're in a 3D area. They kind of move the camera around, and they move the camera around, but they have like this 2D background. They kind of just it moves, but it's still the same 2D background. Fashion Carey says there's a rarely known fighting game called Saturday Night Slam Masters for the SNES. It's Fist of the North Star looking characters. Oh, I've heard of Saturday Night Slam Masters, which is also in the Street Fighter greater universe. Yeah, the greater universe of Street Fighter games is actually a really, at least to me, it's a really interesting universe of games. Because, like, there's Saturday Night Slam Masters, which is a couple of wrestling games featuring Mike Hagar, and those are like a prequels to Final Fight. Oh. Those are prequels to Final Fight, which is like Capcom's first beat 'em up series. And then there's the Street Fighter games, which are like, of course, like the ones that we know. And then there's also rival schools in there. You know, I would like if someone were to come. I would like if someone were to make a brand new like a fighting wrestling game. I would be awful at it, but it'd be nice to see. I mean, there have been a ton of like indie-made wrestling games, but they've all been like they've all been of various genres. Yeah, no, promise, let's enjoy the sub. I'll try to keep as long as I have money. I'll try to keep I'll try to keep as many subs. Try to help out keep as many subs up as I can. Although I really can't do. I unfortunately can't do a lot, but. So, Jackie says, Martin says, you know, the text kind of looks like a fusion of Star Wars and Blade Runner. You're probably right there because, man, Japanese creators love Blade Runner. Like, Japanese creators freaking love Blade Runner. Blade Runner kind of Blade Runner got, like, started the whole idea of, like, the cyberpunk genre. But then, like, Japanese, like, directors and game creators saw that and were, they just took that ball and ran with it. Because from them, we got stuff like, because then after that, we got stuff like Ghost in the Shell, and also stuff like, the Snatcher. Jackie says, and there's a Street Fighter Alpha, which became more canon than the actual series. Oh, jeez. So I actually got a call today. Might have a job interview next week. Nice! I did get notified by the second job I have 2 jobs that have reached out to me, and so they might be interested in me. One of them, I took that written exam for it to see if I know my material for it, because it's a cybersecurity job. The other, I had to take a personality test, which is odd for an IT job. If the first one, I'm really hoping I do get. If I don't get this first job, but I do get the second one, it's a job based out of Houston, and it would basically be like, it'd be at least something to have. I don't think it's a job I'm going to stay with for some time. It'll basically be a job I'll stick with for a little bit of time while I look for another job outside of Texas. While I look for a more permanent job outside of Texas. So it says, my staffing agency reached out to get my permission to put me forward since it's not everything I want, but I'm also not in position to turn away work, per se. No, I get what you mean. But yeah, I hope it's a job that will. I hope if you get it, it's a job that will at least will treat you well. Yeah. Owie. Also, dang. Okay, I know I've been talking a lot about the background, but seriously, this freaking background here was like it's a field of rocks and then like some destroyed mech in the background. That'd be great. So it'd be more money off the bat than I was making at the foot place. At least there's that. You do not have enough experience. Are you listening to me? Yato, he's unconscious. Oh, jeez, ow. But yeah, it's... If I do get this second job... But yes, back to work I go. Alright, well, thank you for sticking around. But yeah, and if I get this second job, it wouldn't be a job I stay at. Oh, good, I do have a block. It wouldn't be a job I stay at. It'd be a job I like work at while I continue looking for something new. But it would at least, if I get this second, if I have to take this second job, then it would at least get me out of the town I'm currently in, which I would really appreciate. Although I'd still, again, I'd still continue looking for something out of state. Yeah, gotcha. Jesus, they do, dude. They slap personality tests on everything nowadays. It is a little odd that they do so because there's always stuff like during those personality tests, they'll ask you some questions like, how agree, disagree, or say that you neither agree or disagree. How reliable of a worker are you? It's like that's not all the questions. Some of the personality test questions actually do make a bit of sense why I would ask that. But sort of like how reliable of a worker are you? And it's like, okay, well, I'm not gonna say I'm not a reliable worker, because then why would you hire me? Oh dang, it's a dinosaur. And of course a giant baby. Another dinosaur.
Round one. Fight.
I think this might be the boss fight, actually. Uh-oh, gosh. Okay, this feels like the boss fight. And if I do have to take this second job, which I'm not the most confident about, it will at least... I'll also at least get out of my current workplace. Which I... Yeah, gotcha.
Round two. Fight.
Okay. Ow. Oh, gosh. See, come out. See. But yeah, this is... I mentioned this like earlier in the stream, but this is something I would be interested in. I am interested in doing more... I did really like doing the SNK Fighters Marathon from Hell, so I am interested in potentially doing more like fighting game Marathon from Hell. That crazy posting was such an annoyance. Oh, okay. Place is exploding, of course. Despite the search for Billstein's body, it was never found, because they didn't make a new game for the series. Oh, that felt... Okay, that felt a bit mean. Okay, and that's Plasma Sword. I mean, this is all the arcade releases of these games, so they're not gonna have that long story modes. And overall, I do think that was an interesting... That was an interesting, fun time. I'm glad that was on here. Fun to see how Capcom was like, okay, we're gonna make our own Star Wars game, or basically make it a 3D fighter, which we don't really make often, but we want to. That's kind of a game... That's probably not a game I'd be interested... You know, I probably wouldn't be interested in, like, playing online matches for that. But I would be interested in watching online matches for that. Like I said earlier, I'd be interested to see tournament play for that game. You know, Heart A3. Oh, that's great. That's a great... Okay, that's a fun way. Why are they all like... Oh, wait, no, okay, this is B. I thought that was just a backwards 3 at first. This is a fun way to enter your character... To, like, enter your name. Okay, now let me just... But now, let me go to... Let me switch over to the next of these games that I was like, out of the 3D games, this is the first of these games that I was really really interested in playing. Quit this. And that's Power Stone. Like I said, this is one of those games where I've been interested in playing it for years. Because it's like, it looks so it looks like such a colorful, fun party fighter. Okay, let me try training. Yeah, I'm gonna try training for each of these games first, so I can change visual settings and also try out the games. Because I don't really like the filter they give me. Also, I want to make sure I pick a good wallpaper. You know, yeah, we'll go with that one. Now then, who to play as? From what I've seen of the character roster, Falcon looks pretty cool. Although like every British character ever, he has to remind you every second that he is indeed British. I'm very glad that they let me know that. I wouldn't have guessed that. I just really needed to. I'm really glad they made sure to let me know that he's British. And there's a Yame the Ninja Girl. Okay, there's Wong who, from what I've seen of Wong, he looks kind of like the main character of like Xenogears. Wait, I don't know his name off the top of my head, but yeah, he kind of looks like the main character from Xenogears. Which, from what I know of, which I haven't played through Xenogears yet. I will get to that game someday. But from what I know of that game's story, that seems like maybe it's not the... This seems a bit too lighthearted for him to be here. Mars' defense is Fei Fong Wong. Okay, thank you, Fei Fong Wong. Mars' defense is, I'm just hoping we'll someday soon see the Capcom Fighting 3 with Technomancer and Ring of Destruction. I wouldn't... I think they would. I'm not sure what all games they'd included it, besides Technomancer. Technomancer, Saturday Night Slam Masters, and Ring of Destruction. And then there's probably a couple other Street Fighters that they could include in, as well as some other things. Oh, there's the boss there. There's another guy there. Okay, you know, from all these characters, I like Falcon, I like Wong Tong, and I like Rouge. I'll try out him first. Trisega Rex, subscribe for 58 months. Thanks, Trisega Rex. Welcome in. I'm gonna try out some Power Stone. Part of the reason I really wanted to try this game just because, for one thing, Capcom making like a 3D party fighter sounds cool. That sounds really interesting. Oh, okay. You know, I should probably get away from that bomb. Jackie Questionable says Power Stone was fun on Dreamcast. That's another thing, like, ooh, when you see it, Dreamcast games, I definitely want to get to playing more Dreamcast games on the channel. As far as, like, y'all know that one of the things I've been doing is playing a bunch of, playing games from consoles that I haven't really experienced the library of often. Oh my gosh, he literally goes Super Saiyan. One of those being, of course, like, I've been playing a bunch of PS1 games that I've never gotten to play before. What? Yet. Dang, I wanted to get the rocket launcher. That's... Oh no, that's a flamethrower. Yeah, I've played a lot of... I'm playing more and more PS1 games because I never got to play PS1 when I was younger. Or I never had a PS1. I also want to play more Sega Saturn games and more Dreamcast games. Because there's a lot of games on both of those systems that are like... Because both of those systems were like, they didn't sell well, and a lot of their games are sadly lost to time, that just makes me more interested in playing those. Like, of course, for those who have played games on the Dreamcast and Sega Saturn, for those who know the Sega Saturn and Dreamcast, and I know which one y'all are thinking first, yes, I do want to get to Skies of Arcadia. That's the rocket launcher. Triceratops says there was an Alien game on Sega Saturn that was fun. Okay, I think that's enough for the training. I kind of get it now. It's... the inner Smash Bros. Player in me. I knew... the inner Smash Bros. Player in me is a light with a righteous fury. I'm saying that what I'm saying... I know I'm gonna like this game. Rise of Offense says, Bulk Slash on Saturn is basically Star Fox 64, as the whole game was an all-arrangement. I'm gonna have to remember that one. Actually, going back to what you were saying, Tristegorax, I mentioned that there's a couple... Okay. I mentioned I want to do, like, more fighting game, more showcase streams. I definitely want to do at some point. Kind of like when I did a, like, Bloody Roar series retrospective where I've played through the arcade modes for all the Bloody Roar games. I will absolutely do that for Dead or Alive at some point. I really want to play all the Dead or Alive games on stream one day. Jackie says, for Power Stone 2, don't bother with training. It's the same game, but with 4 players instead of 2. Duly noted. Yeah, it's because I got every... Okay, a lot of the Dead or Alive games are available on Xbox through its backwards compatibility. I mean by that, like, Xbox One. Wait, what did I set the difficulty as? Hold on, sorry, I'm gonna need to set the... Gonna need to check the difficulty. Yeah, the... Yeah, I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. Oh, I'll set it to 2. But anyway, basically, just having, like, tried out the just, like, took a brief look at the different versions of different Dead or Alive games available on Xbox. And the graphical leap in between each game of Dead or Alive is crazy. Like... between, like, Dead or Alive 1, 2, and 3, it looks like it jumped up 5... It looks like the games jumped up, like, 3 to 5 generations. We're just gonna go ahead and start. Oh no, I only got 20 seconds. You know, I'll play as Rouge. Here's how this will go. For Power Stone 1, I'll play as Rouge, because she reminds me a bit of Shantae. I do like Shantae. But for Power Stone 2, I'll let y'all decide. Mars Esco Fancy, I was about to say, DOA 4 isn't such an improvement over 3. Well, by the time they got to that generation, by the time games got to that generation where Power Stone, excuse me, where Dead or Alive, where Dead or Alive 4 was releasing, generations weren't really like, I wouldn't say that they reached a peak in, like, how the games looked, but they did look... Out, dang, out. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Out. So I really need to get all those different rocks. I really need to get all those power stones. But I want to try all the different weapons, though. Loud oh no. Anyway. But yeah, once... By the time Dead or Alive reached Dead or Alive 4, like, the graphical leap between different games was slowing down. I was actually... Okay, there was something I saw that really talks about this well. I was watching, like, a Castle... I've been watching more and more clips from Castle Super Beast, which that's the podcast that, Matt and... not Matt, excuse me. That Pat and Wooly from, formerly of Super Best Friends, they've made... Oh, no, you don't. They had... Castle Super Beast is the podcast they have together. And one of the... There's something they brought up in one of the recent clips I watched recently that, like, made a really good point in that. And basically, like, when indie games were first starting to get big, people were making kind of like indie game developers were making, like, they were replicating the older style of video games, like 8-bit, 16-bit, these different styles, because it was like because most indie games at the time were like most indie game projects were like spiritual successors to the games from those eras, from the 8-bit, 16-bit era that the developers really liked. But then, and like many people, including myself, kind of like, oh, okay, we're just gonna reach a point where the like indie devs will just be catching up to previous generations graphics. And they'll always be like 2 to 3 like graphical generations behind. But actually, and again, I gotta give credit to Pat and Wooly because they brought this up. But really, what we instead sold in is to a lot of indie devs, have realized just like, no, we're just gonna stay making like games looking like 16-bit. Well, not 16-bit. We're just gonna keep making games with sprites, and we're gonna keep making games with sprites and like early 3D modeling because it's just much more economic or. It's easier to make them with a smaller budget, and we can still make them of pretty high quality. Like, we are doing... Like, if you are a fan of, like, PS1 survival horror, oh, you are spoiled for choice right now. Like, Hollow Body came out. There was a new, like, a first-person dungeon crawler came out called, like, Labyrinth of the Demon King, which is, like, feudal Japanese, Kingsfield. But, like, with a really even more horrifying bend to it, with, like, even more horror theming to it. I tried the demo out for that one, and it's really fun. Wait. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to actually turn up the sound. Just a little bit. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why why I've kind of adopted the low... When it comes to, like, designing with what I'm doing for game dev, I'm trying to learn a low poly art style. Because I realized early on that, hey, there are tools available where I can make this, like, if I go with low poly art style, I can potentially make, like, a good looking 3D game without, like, breaking the budget by having to go, like, really high quality with models and assets. Okay. Oh no. Dang. Ah, dang it. Yeah, I think probably for like, I mean, we're already kind of in the era where for a lot of indie devs, you're just gonna a lot of independent developers have really figured out that you don't need to have really high quality high quality models and like ray tracing and all that stuff to make a good to like make a game people are going to be interested in. So I think we're gonna yeah, I think we're just gonna see even more like games with like PS1, maybe even PS2 styled like graphics, as well as still a lot of sprite indie games. Got him with the pipe. Yeah, we're still gonna see a lot of like indie games using a sprite art style because I mean clearly they can make it. Clearly indie devs can make games look really good. Hmm. Oh, okay, so that's her form. Love the flame effects on it. Oh, no, you don't. You put that down. Ow. So really, okay, for the... Oh, no. So yeah, for this, it's a race to the finish to get. The different weapons you can get are fun, but you really want to get that power. You really want to get those power stones. Dang it, I was hoping to hit him with the mallet. Reaction Care says Flame On. Oh wait, wrong franchise. No, Marvel vs. Capcom was the previous collection. Which actually, I think I'd probably said this during... I and quite a few other people have mentioned that because of how, like, the Marvel vs. Capcom collection coming out was almost, like, that was almost a guarantee that, okay, we will probably get a Marvel vs. Capcom 4 at some point in the future because of how great like, before Capcom was going to go through the effort to try and make a Marvel vs. Capcom 4, they would have to try and release like these older games and see like, okay, how much do fans actually like how well does this sell? Do people still have interest in this before we try to work with the House of Mouse? And by that we mean the company, not that one TV show that was on Disney Channel where Mickey and friends ran a dinner theater. That was basically like but the dinner theater only showed Mickey Mouse cartoons. So it was like a dinner theater where they just showed off their own home movies. Dang, rounds are really quick in this. I'm gonna guess that Power Stone 2 is really chaotic if you got 4 people rushing around. But anyway, yeah, since the Marvel vs. Capcom collection, like, it sold, from what I've heard, it sold well, and it, of course, got a lot of attention. Then I'm certain that, like, Capcom's gonna be able to, like, Capcom is now currently working on a Marvel vs. Capcom 4 or 5. If you count Infinite. Yeah, I'm certain Capcom is going to be working on a Marvel vs. Capcom 5 soon. Question is, though, what art style is it going to be in? Because I don't think it would be in the same RE engine style that Street Fighter 6 is, because then people might confuse it for, because then that would, like, they'd want to keep it visually distinct from Street Fighter. What the heck? He just ripped off the whole dang pole. So that leaves the question, will they actually go back to a sprite style? Will they choose a different stylized 3D look? Like, every major Capcom game in the past few years has been made with the, has been made with the RE engine style. Or has been made in the RE engine. But anyway, to add on to that, so the Marvel vs. Capcom collection did well, and we'll probably be seeing a Marvel vs. Capcom 4 announced at some point. But, uh-oh. But, okay, since this collection was released, I think, okay, this collection and a couple other things are almost guarantees that Capcom and SNK are probably working together on some new Capcom versus SNK game. Aim Lone Muscle says, I love the reaction this collection got. CVS was good enough. They could have made bank on that. But adding the Power Stones and Project Justice was just a cherry on top. Yeah. This can, as someone who wanted, to play all these games before, seeing all these games in one collection was exciting for me. And again, I'd never played these before. But I do like me Capcom and SNK games. Dang it! He got me. He hit me with the. He hit me with, well, not a steel chair, it was a wooden chair, but still. Note to self. Note to self. You can make really well. You can make really well, uh, really well muscled characters on old 3D style. I'll have to keep that in mind. Buster. Oh wait, no, that's different line. No. Oh dang. Okay, I'm my supposed, and then there's Fighting Gym, but hey, cap at 100 on everything, LMAO. I feel like, well, I guess really Capcom Fighting Evolution was just kind of included in here, as it was like the last arcade-focused Capcom fighting game release. It was the last game from Capcom's era where they were really focusing heavily on like arcade releases for their fighting games. Oh shoot, Rouge with the steel pipe! Side note, you know that a game is instantly going to be great when if I can say the sentence, if I can say the sentence, the belly dancer girl, oh no, the belly dancer girl has the steel pipe. And that is actually important to the game. But anyway, what I was about to say is that, so there's another thing about this Camelon Mouse Wolf. Between this collection releasing and Terry and Mai making it into Street Fighter 6. And Ken and Chun-Li making it into Fatal Fury City Wolves. I think we're gonna get a new Capcom versus, like, a new official Capcom versus SNK 3. Now the question for that game is similar to Marvel vs. Capcom, whatever new release that game is. What style is it gonna be in? Is it gonna be in the very, like, oh my gosh, stylized realism, or stylized hyper realistic but still kind of stylized, anime stylized look as Street Fighter 6 has, or is it gonna be like in the Ow! I need to grab that rock. Oh, frick! Gosh dang you! Or is it going to be in like the more 3D anime look? The 3D anime look that Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. Wow, basically the question is like, who's going to be working on it? Oh my gosh. Oh no. Because yeah, with how well like the reaction to this collection getting released, the reaction to Terry and Mai being added to Street Fighter, and the reaction to Ken and Chun-Li being added to Fatal Fury was, I think it's a pretty good sign. They're like, okay, now we're gonna make, okay, Capcom versus SNK 3 is a go. We can make this. Although in the modern video game development for big company, yeah, in this modern age of video game development, like each of those would be a really big project. So I doubt they're making them both at the same time. But if that's the case, that raises the question of which one would they prioritize. I think. Hold on. I have to pause this one whenever you check, because just how quick everything is. Mars Fan says, I just love the early 6th generation aesthetic, which you're playing now. Everything is this vibrant action figure aesthetic. That is, yeah, that's one of the reasons why that was one of the reasons why, that's kind of the style I'm going to look to try and replicate with the video games I develop. Is I love this really bright, vibrant style that that these models have. And one mouse. Well, I'd love to be somewhere between, but I guess the question would stand in who finishes their cycle on their game they're making first to make a new game, or if they feed it to a subsidiary like they used to. Hi, Dims. So, the I think if it were be handed off to one of these two groups, the more likely option would be give it to the people working on Street. Okay, give it to the people who are currently working on Street Fighter 6 because, and this is sad to say, but Street Fighter 6 is being shown to be Street Fighter 6 is currently being much more successful than Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. Although a large part of that, well, that's not really due to the game's quality itself. It's more so to the terrible marketing choices they made for that game. The terrible marketing choices they made for Fatal Fury. Wait a second. That's the Fatal Fury team, though. What about the King of Fighters team? I don't. I would. I don't think the King. I'm not sure if it's the same developers who were working on the King of Fighters games that are working on Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. But and Capcom SNK, from what I know about it, it's like set up mainly as like a team v team game, like a 3v3 tag game. So it's closer to King of Fighters than Fatal Fury. What if they're act Oh, that hurts. So what if instead of the Street Fighter style, the Street Fighter like RE Engine style, or the Fatal Fury City of the Wolves style, they're actually trying to go for the King of Fighters style? Jackie questionable Street Fighter X Tekken was such a misstep. Don't know if they're going to try again. That is correct. KM Mousables, I think the closest we're ever getting to Tekken SF X Street Fighter now is Akuma's inclusion to Tekken 7, which is was awesome, don't get me wrong, but I just think they want to take the risk. Yeah. One thing one positive thing that is going on, from what I've heard, like all the developers for the major Japanese fighting games series, like Fatal Fury, Tekken, Street Fighter, they're all like almost friends with each other, or like they talk a lot. They talk often. They're very friendly with each other, and there's no like. And what was once a sense of what was a sense of like series rivalry, has kind of developed into a whole sense of like we're all better the more of our series that are alive and well, the better we're all going to be doing. Like a spirit of help, like almost a spirit of healthy competition. Fighting games is fighting games is better as long as there are more series to enjoy it with. Jeez. He's so shiny! Yeah, I don't know if we'd ever see Tekken cross Street Fighter again, because that would take a lot of work and just how poorly I've heard that Street Fighter cross Tekken went. I don't know. Oh no, it homes in! Ow, 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 ow. So yeah, you really need to get... Oh gosh, okay. What the heck? Did that samurai just do a Hurricanrana? This game is great. I do actually think out of all the things, okay, from what I've played in this game so far, I think actually my least favorite part of it is actually the Power Stones. I loved running around and trying out all these different weapons and just like throwing my enemies into stuff. But the game's really not about that. You really want to just be running for those Power Stones. Oh no. Ow. Well, that's what I get for trying to sword fight a samurai. Can gunfight him though. Hmm. Yeah, I think I think we will see some project for some official Capcom versus SNK 3 and some official new Marvel versus Capcom game announced. But yeah, there are a lot of questions leading up to him, like things towards like what style there'll be and how exactly like who will be developing it. Now the funnest option they could do, oh my gosh. Now what could be really interesting, and they'd never do this. But what could be really interesting, even though again they will never do this, is if like the devs for Capcom and SNK were like, all right, well, people really liked Marvel versus Capcom Tag Fighter. People really liked Capcom versus SNK Tag Fighter. So what if we combine the two and we make Marvel versus Capcom versus SNK? It never happened, but hey, they'd license out. Hey, instead of trying to develop two big crossover games, they just have to develop one ultra big crossover game. And instead of splitting dev time between, instead of splitting dev time between if Capcom was handling it, Street Fighter 6, Capcom versus SNK, Marvel versus SNK, and if the Fatal Fury sequel was developing it, then having to split time between Fatal Fury and Capcom versus SNK. Just whoever gets to work on it, just get a bigger than you'd need a really big team to work on it to handle everything for it. But yeah, it would be basically instead of like having to spend money on two really big projects, you'd have to spend more money on like one ultra big project. But I mean, imagine how excited people would be for that. Now, again, that would take a lot of work, because Marvel vs. Capcom and Capcom vs. SNK are very different series. Like, they play very differently despite being tag fighters. So, you'd really have to question, like, what mechanic would you keep from both series, but if done well, that would be one of the most hype announcements for a fighting game I'd see. I think that could end up as being one of the most hype announcements ever. Just it'd have to be announced at like Evo, just being like, oh, you thought you were getting Marvel vs. Capcom and Capcom vs. K? No, you're getting both once in one game. Riders of Fence says Street Fighter vs. X cross second, but more successful. It was just a serious fighting title like Capcom vs. SNK 2. What we got felt very troll-like. Tragic Carry says, I'd be so happy if the next Capcom fighting game had Beautiful Joe and Red Hot Rumble. Or the next... Oh, I'm guessing you mean the next Capcom fighting collection? That is a good point. Even though if we don't know what would be in the next Capcom fighting collection, they still have a lot of games that they could potentially include in some sort of collection. Between, like, the Beautiful Joe games, the Mega Man Legends games, and Mega Man Star Force games... There's undoubtedly a ton of beat-em-ups they could include in a second beat-em-up collection if they ever made that. Oh, jeez. Okay, I have only really been doing... Wait, she gets a flying carpet in super mode? That's great! Okay, now for the pipe. I guess the... Uh-oh. Dang it, I didn't even get to use the pipe. Ah, dang it. dang, he took my pipe out of my hands. I don't think I'm gonna survive this. Okay, let me grab that. And that. Ah, dang it. Okay, let me try this again. What the heck? What do you mean? Okay, fine. I'm definitely gonna need to turn the, What the heck? He's got the spirit bomb! He has already destroyed a ton of my health. Just throw the whole table out of... Wait, gosh dang it. Oh, dang it. Okay, better grab that stone, that third rock. Oh my gosh. Ah. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna make a quick save here. Then I'm gonna turn down the difficulty. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it down one. Okay. And let me just go right back to where I was. Yeah, would be very curious to see. I'm curious if any other series could make a... If any of the other series featured in this collection could make a comeback. Because a lot of... Thanks to them being part of this collection. And getting a lot of attention to them. Because people have mainly been talking about, like, People have mainly been talking about Capcom versus SNK getting a new game because, I mean, well, between this collection, Terry and Mai and Street Fighter 6, and of course Ken and Chun-Li in Fair Furry City of the Wolves. Oh, what the hell? So yeah, I'm curious if this series does well enough. If they did a Rival Schools, I mean, for a Rival Schools revival, I'd assume it would be like either they would bring Rival Schools characters into Street Fighter, or basically, I'm not sure there's enough separating Rival Schools and Street Fighter to where they would actually try to make it a very different entry, or they just like try to include Rival Schools characters in Street Fighter, because again, same universe. Gosh dang it. Dang, even on the easiest well, not the easiest difficulty, there's still 0 star, but... Geez, I could not imagine playing this on hardest difficulty. Gosh dang it. Yeah, I could not imagine playing this on hardest difficulty. Okay, there. But anyway, Rival Schools, I'm not sure if there's enough separating Rival Schools from something like Street Fighter to where they wouldn't just include Rival Schools characters in Street Fighter 6. And if well, I mean, I know that Rival Schools is like, but like, you have multiple characters, you have a team of characters in that. But, Ow. And then for Power Stone, I think you could definitely make a new Power Stone game. Yeah, you could definitely make a new Power Stone game, because I mean... this game plays so differently compared to every this game plays so differently compared to like every every Capcom game, every other Capcom fighting game that it would have to look very it would guaranteed to look very different compared to like Street Fighter 6. And also okay, I'm gonna back out of I'm gonna bring it down to the lowest difficulty. That really didn't change much. Oh wait, no, I didn't want to do training. Hey, okay, no, let me go back. Yeah. Power Stone, this is so unique compared to every other fighting game fighting game series that Capcom is known for. That yeah, you could they would have to make it look they would definitely make it look different than Street Fighter 6, and it would be very different. They could make a new entry in this. Now it would have to be expanded upon a lot for to be to be like a new fighting game release in like today's in today's era of fighting games, considering that there's so much time has changed, so much has changed, and so much has been added since this game and its sequel released. But yeah, that would well, really, because of like the current love of like this style of. Wait, hold on, sorry. Okay, sorry, very sorry. Got something I gotta handle. I'll be right back in just a little. Okay, I'm fine. Thought it was a call from one of the jobs I had applied to, them potentially calling me back, but it was not. Gosh dang. But anyway, I was saying there'd have to be a lot changed, but I mean, you just like upscale some of the like this visual style. You really wouldn't need to change this visual style too much to make it into like to like have it ready for a new release. People would love like a game with people would love a game with like a new game with a style visual similar to this. I think. Oh, gosh dang it. Hmm. If they did release a new rival schools though, that would be really interesting to see like what changes would they make to make it like separate it from Street Fighter 6, which is kind of like as far as like Capcom's fighting game releases is clearly their big focus. Yeah, it's probably become very obvious that Capcom used to release like a ton of different fighting game series, but then like that slowly got lowered down until it was really only just Street Fighter. Until now, where it's really only just Street Fighter. Gosh dang, this guy. Dang, even on like the lowest difficulty, this guy is really. Yeah, even on the lowest difficulty, I really feel no difference between fighting him on these different difficulties. Dang it. Hmm. I'm gonna keep trying this one, but I might have to give up on it and move on to Power Stone 2. If I take too long with it. I do want to beat all of these. I do want to at least try to play through all these games. Oh, hey, Gurlock, welcome in. Ow. Oh, gosh. Oh, dang it, not again. Freaking Super Saiyans. Actually, now that I say that, even though he's meant to be like a Chinese martial arts style character, which, I mean, Dragon Ball is also inspired by Chinese martial arts. You know, this is very true to how a Dragon Ball character would fight in a party fighting game. Just instantly go Super Saiyan. Screw your rules, screw your weapons, instantly go Super Saiyan. Start spamming the spirit bombs and the Kamehamehas. Oh no, gosh. Ah, dang it. Just stay in the corner. Oh, jeez. Grimlock says, yeah, Wong Tong is a piece of shaz. Oh, you can say shit here. We can swear here. Oh, jeez. Ah, gosh dang it. Oh, you fucker. I can see why you weren't made the main character, Wong Tong. Alright, well. Ow. Grimlock says, still a pain to fight then, still a pain to fight back then, still a pain to fight now. Yeah, I was saying this earlier, but... Okay, so for anyone just joining the stream, this is actually my first time playing Power Stone. And really all the games on this collection. I had, like, I wanted to play Power Stone, the Power Stone games, and, like, the Power Stone games, the Rival School games, and, Capcom vs. SNK games before. I just hadn't gotten the chance to. Yeah, this is my first time playing these games, and honestly, okay, as someone this is my first experience with Power Stone 1, I actually think the Power Stones kind of take away from the game. Like, I think I'd actually kind of enjoy it if they didn't have these Power Stone super forms. Grimlock says, play this game back the day at the arcade and in the collection. Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna give it like one more shot. I'm gonna give it one more shot, and then I'm gonna go ahead and move on to a Power Stone 2. Wong Tong, you will never be Goku. Or Fei Fong Wong, main character of Xenogears. Which, considering what some of the stuff that Fei Fong Wong goes through, that might be a good thing. But Serum says, what the CPU level? It is actually set to the easiest level. This is on the easiest level. Says what? Yeah, it's just the fact that every CPU character is like they will always go for these gems, and the gems give you a really big power boost anytime you get them. So they will just like throw you out of the way to get towards the gems, and once they get the gems, they'll get the big power boost. And well, they know all their super moves. They know all their super moves with the. So they will just start spamming the super moves. Yeah. Okay, I'll move on to Power Stone 2. Yep, I'm gonna move on to Power Stone 2. I'm good with that. Grimlock says he's fighting like a level 9. Okay. Since Power Stone 2, since Jackie said that Power Stone 2 is basically Power Stone 1, but with multiple 4 characters instead of 2. I'm gonna change the settings here for a second. I'm gonna preemptively set it to the lowest level for this. And here, we're gonna go ahead and start Power Stone 2. Oh, let me change the... Oh, wait. Also, let me change things. Okay, let me take off the filter. And let me see what wallpapers I have. Grimlock says, yeah, PS2 is like Smash Bros. Yeah, PS2 is like Smash Bros. Which, actually, right before you got here, Grimlock, I was saying that because of the release of this collection, and because of the release of this collection, and then Terry and Mai getting the Street Fighter 6, and like Chun-Li and Ken getting into the new Fatal Fury game, people have been talking a lot about like this collection being a sign that we're going to see a new Capcom versus SNK game. However, it sounds like people really love this collection. I'm wondering if this is also a sign we're going to see a new Power Stone game. It'd be unlikely because... Nice Thunder PNG you got there. Or, excuse me, nice Lightning PNG you got there. I can hear that there is dialogue, but I can't really hear it. But I'm curious if they could potentially bring back Rival Schools and Power Stone, the two other like big series that were included in this. Okay, I'm gonna start with... I'll start with Rogue again. Grimlock says, what we need is a Beautiful Joe collection. I've heard that as well. Oh, okay, they got multiple colors now. That's good. Beautiful Joe is also a series I probably should play, because, I mean, y'all know I'm a big Tokusatsu and Kamen Rider fan. And Beautiful Joe was made as, like, those developers, like, homage to Kamen... Well, one of their homages to Kamen Rider. Something you find out after watching Tokusatsu is that... Something you find out after you watch some Tokusatsu is that the developers at Capcom, especially in the 90s and early 2000s, were the biggest Tokusatsu nerds you've ever seen. They could not help themselves from throwing references to, They could not help themselves from throwing references to Tokusatsu everywhere. Or even making, like, entire characters' movesets in different fighting games. References to Tokusatsu. Jackie says, look how crazy this is. I am disgusting. Oh, he's shooting me from the turret, dang it. They're still being jerks. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to get around to fighting him, but the freaking... Is that Eagle dropping weapons? Well, thanks, Eagle. I guess. Oh god, wait, we're flying through the air? Oh, we're still fighting in the air, okay. Marcus says the oh no sounds comparatively deflated. I don't even... Wait. Okay, okay. Fighting, alright. Crashing here, so this game looks like Smash Bros. Combined with Mario Party. Wait, the tank! It's the tank. Okay, already kind of liking this more than liking this quite a bit more than Power Stone 1, just because they decided to make the game crazier. Oh, thank goodness. Dang it. Oh, jeez. Ow, dang. Ow. Okay, I'll try to grab the umbrella if I can. Jackie says, and these are best 2 out of 3, not one-offs. Okay. Well, the first game's matches were also best 2 out of 3s, but why does this guy really like these? He really likes the tanks and turrets. Yeah, this I can already say like this will be this would be a great game to play at parties. Just everyone running around with the sheer insanity. Okay, I've got my answer now for if they were to bring Power Stone back, what would Capcom do with it? Yeah, okay, make it play more like Power Stone 2 than Power Stone 1. Grimlock's Thunderdome rules. 4 enter, only 2 leave. Oh, okay.
You are the champion. Keep it up.
Now, are we working together, or are we fighting against each other?
Don't miss the elevator, or else you'll be.
Oh my gosh, we're in Shadow Moses.
Let the battle begin.
Oh, okay, so he's still an enemy. Oh no. Oh, that's cool. Damn. It's a skateboard? You know, yeah, okay, after playing just a little, like, one in, like, a 5-second... They're playing one full match in, like, 5 seconds of another match in this game. I'm really... Add me to the group of people who wants Power Stone to come back. As long as it plays more like this one. Because, dang, this is so chaotic, it's really fun. I hope this is the right space I'm supposed to go. Okay. Yay, it was. And I would actually love to see, like, again, they would have to add, Capcom would have to add a lot of different things. Like, they'd have to really expand the roster and add a whole lot of new features to, like, kind of, to make this, like, a modern release, or a modern fighting game release, but I'd love to see them do it. And they definitely, like, especially to see what their take, like, what a new take on this art style would be for them. Rising fan says, would they? Well, they'd have to add, like, basically by expanding it, they would probably have to add extra modes, like allow you to change the number of the number of people included in each match. So, like 1v1, teams of 2v2, or maybe even go like to like what Smash Bros did of like where they went to like 8 characters on screen at once. Go that path and have 8 or even 16 characters on the screen at once, matches like that. And then for the roster for this game was like 8 to 10 characters, which with a lot of modern I can still attack him. With a lot of modern fighting games, it's really a lot of people want bigger rosters. Oh, hello. Okay, take out the legs first. Okay, this is also great. They've got freaking giant bosses in this. That's amazing. I think. Come on. Okay, good. Oh, dang. Okay, its leg regrows its legs. Alright. Oh, jeez. Wait. Oh, I'm over here. Okay. Here. Oh, gosh. Okay. Really curious to see what the final boss for this is, then. Come on. Yeah, So yeah, I think... And I mean, they wouldn't have to make it like a full $60 release. Like, I'm not saying if they were like, if Capcom were to make a new Power Stone game, it would be like a big, like, major $60 release on the scale of like Devil May Cry 5 or Street Fighter 6 or the Monster Hunter. I'm saying that like they could definitely do a release and make it like a more smaller scale release, like a $30 game. And I think it'd work really well. Now that still leaves the question of, and I mean we'll see once I get to Project Justice, if Capcom, like, is there potential in Capcom bringing back rival schools? Oh jeez. Also, I will definitely have to see, around next EVO, we'll definitely have to check to see if there are any tournaments being held for Power Stone 2. And if there are, to see, how would they have a competitive tournament for this? I don't know how they could. I'd be really interested to see them try. Oh, dang it. Ow. Oh. Oh, no. Jeez. Yeah, they really went all out for this sequel, and I'm liking it. I should have gotten the skateboard. Well, oh no. Ah, dang it, I missed the roller skates as well. There we go. It almost feels like I'm playing a Crash Bandicoot level. Okay, I should have the most health right now, so... I think I'm doing... Yeah. Oh no. Okay, gosh. Okay, one of them's close to getting their Power Stone form. Oh, thank goodness, she got the pipe. This is slowly becoming Rouge's main weapon, signature weapon, whenever when I'm playing this game. Oh, I guess Mel's power form is she just gets a pair of wings. Okay. I was expecting them to do a little bit more, but alright. Oh, and hooray! Wong Tong has been defeated. Yay! Alright. Okay, on to the next stage.
You've made it to the final battle. It's all
Oh, wait, a final battle already? Oh, well, okay, I guess it was I guess it was a short game.
destroy the monster and get out of the castle.
I mean, I said at the beginning of this, like, yeah, these games' arcade modes is very is short. Mokujin? Dang it, this is the true story of here. These guys are trying to fight the Tekken characters from taking over Capcom. Oh, dang it, come on. Uh-oh. Oh no, okay, keep running. Mega... Amazing. So far, this is easily my favorite game on this collection. I mean, this is only the third game I played as part of this, but still. Oh, dang it. What's this thing? Oh, it's a bubble gun. Oh, dang it. Okay, come on. Let me see if I can try... Oh, no. I also have a little dragon friend with me right now. Ow, gosh. Ow, 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 ow. I should fight the... Yeah, I should get rid of the guy with the bazooka first. So I can take the bazooka. Ow. Come on. This very much feels like like a game that would do well in the arcades. Oh no. Mario Fate says, man, Beautiful Joe and his Enco would fit in perfectly as like guest characters here. Honestly, a lot of the Darkstalkers characters would fit in perfectly as like guest characters here. Jeez, what the heck?
You've reached the last battle. Now show no mercy.
Oh, I guess we need to give him food. Out. Okay, I was doing damage to him. I think he's angry because I think he's just angry because we interrupted his dinner. Hmm. Okay, I've got one... Oh, there, I've got the bubble gun. Come on. Dang it. Okay, I think I can damage it with this. Yeah, it doesn't do a lot, but I can damage him with it. Grimlock says beat PS2 with only 2 quarters. That's pretty impressive. I mean, I'm doing well in this, but that's because I preemptively changed it to a lower difficulty, just because I wasn't sure how difficult this was going to be compared to Power Stone 1. And I was having a lot of trouble with Power Stone 1. Oh no. Dang it. Ah, knock like. Oh, well, I guess it's just up to me. Okay, come on. Oh, God. Oh, he's ascending to heaven. Okay, I can go and grab those two again. Might be able to go and just jump back into my... Yep, okay. Dang it. There we go. I have no idea what the story for either of these games was. Oh, do we need to rush out of the castle now? Or we need to get out of here? Yep. Did she just steal Falcon's plane? Jack says, what? You can't tell it's Indiana Jones? I'm sorry, but the giant undead wizard trying to eat his dinner, that really more reminded me more of Uncharted. Okay. That's another game beaten. Okay, so with Plasma Sword, which I beat earlier tonight, that was the 167th game I've beaten. Because I beat, or that was the 167th playthrough I've done. That makes this playthrough 168. Yeah, okay, I know I've only played 3 of these games so far, but so far, yeah, that was my favorite of these 3 games. I really loved how different that was. I really loved the changes they made in that compared to Power Stone 2. No idea what the heck was going on in the story, besides, of course, it being Indiana Jones. Mars defenses now Knuckles jumps up and knocks the Chaos Emerald out of Rouge's hands. And then he thinks, oh wait, different Rouge. Wait, Falcon, what are you doing there? Hey, hold on a second. You you went to heaven. Why are you there? Okay then.
Game over.
Yeah, that would be this is definitely a game I would love to play with a bunch of friends at a party. Frickin' Falcon just like give him a thumbs up and flying into the sunset like he did something. Right. Now, okay, that was Power Stone 2. So again, I'm going in like a release date order for these games. So I'm gonna take a short break, and then when I get back, I'm gonna move on to Capcom vs. SNK 1. Then I'll do Project Justice. Then Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper. Then Capcom vs. SNK 2. And then if I have time, Capcom Fighting Evolution. And again, whatever games I don't... if I don't play through all these remaining games tonight, then what I'll do is on Saturday stream... I'll start Saturday stream a little bit earlier, and I'll play through the remaining games from this so that I can give a full 6 hours to Trails... for when I start The Legend of Heroes Trails to Azure. Which, yeah, by the way, because I beat Yakuza Kiwami earlier this week, next big playthrough I'm doing, I'm finally doing the sequel to Trails from Zero. The Legend of Heroes Trails to Azure. So yeah. I'll be right back. Well, that's odd. The music cut out for some minutes there. It's weird. But anyway, moving back. Right, so now that's three games down, about 5 more to go. So let me go ahead and get to the next game. Oh, before I start this, I should do training for it and also just go ahead and edit the game settings. Yeah, I'll keep it there. Yeah, let me go ahead and do training for Capcom versus for a CVS one. I need to see what cool wallpapers I'm gonna have the whole time I'm playing this. Also, again, to take off this filter. That's a good one. That's a good fit. The wallpaper. That's not. I think I'll go with. Yeah, I'll go with this one. Actually, let me see. Okay, internal resolution. Change the internal resolution of this game. Okay, that works. That works fine. Yeah, I'll go normal. Okay, and who do I want? I'll choose Capcom Group because I'm a bit more familiar with that. Now, from a team, gotta have Chun-Li. Oh, is it just 1v1 in this? Ah, I thought both of them were tag fighters. I guess it might just be 1v1 in this. You know what? We'll fight. Okay, then.
Final round fight.
Yeah, I had thought that Capcom versus SNK, both Capcom versus SK 1 and 2 were attack fighters. Guess I was wrong. Jackie says, "Do you know about the isms?" I know a little bit. I know that they are there. I don't know much about them in depth. Let me actually check. Okay, change page. All right, let me check out Chun-Li's combos. So, should be same as it usually is. So, Kikoken. No, hold on. Yeah, there's Kikoken. Wait. No. Okay, I'll go ahead and go back to, well... I wonder if this group will let me pick multiple characters, so... Nope, okay, so just one. Okay, let me go ahead and quit, and then I'll go move on to... I'll go ahead and start the actual arcade mode.
Capcom versus SNK Millennium Fight 2000 Pro.
Yeah. So I got 5 more games to play through. I'll see how many I can get through before 11 p.m. While I was preparing for this stream, I did get to see a lot of these games openings, and they still are really nice to look at. Like, I like how in the Capcom vs. SK1's intro, they show you, like, screens from all the different games building up to this. Jackie says, not gonna sugarcoat it, you might lose real bad. This was an outcome that is not entirely unexpected. This is an outcome that is not entirely unexpected.
Do you like?
I'll choose Capcom.
Form up your team.
Okay. Okay, so I have multiple characters. Okay, Chun-Li. I'm definitely gonna go with Chun-Li. Let me check. Might bring in... Yeah, I'll bring in Terry. We'll go normal.
Decide the order of the bout.
Man, this is early 2000s as heck. This is early 2000s as heck with that digital voice, with that digital sounding voice there. Well, I mean, this game released in 2000.
Round 1, fight.
That whole like black and white yeah, that black and white look for the UI and like the digital sounding voice, very 2000s. And I mean, yeah, this is 2000. Ah, dang, I only trained with. Dang. Huh? Ah, dang it. There. Ah, dang it. Jack says you pick Capcom, it's quarter circle attack. I figured Capcom will be better because I knew this was the era of SNK having the infamous pretzel motions for a lot of its combos. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. Okay, got it. Marzeska fan says, remember, the first CVS was essentially a KOF game. 4 buttons. Alright, so, okay, 4 buttons. I might be a little screwed then. I do like King of Fighters, but I'm not great at King of Fighters. Yeah, I'm a big fan of King of Fighters, but I've never been great at King of Fighters. Dang it. Oh, dang. Dang, okay. Alright, got it. There, got her. Once this turn is over, then you'll what? Maybe finally take a day off. Dang, the character art is so good in this.
This will be a future legend.
Oh, okay. Ooh, that's a good intro.
Round 1.
One thing I love about these old Capcom and old SNK games, I just love the look of the stages. They're works of art in and of themselves. Ryo finally getting revenge on Terry for making him become kind of forgotten when it comes to SNK main characters. I've mentioned Art of Fighting a little bit. From what I remember, Art of Fighting actually Art of Fighting released before. Art of Fighting 1 released before Fatal Fury 1. It was actually SNK's first attempt at a fighting series. But Art of Fighting 1 didn't really go well, and the Art of Fighting series never caught on as well as Fatal Fury and King of Fighters. Jackie says, Art of Fighting mechanics real weird. Yeah, it is crazy. Okay, it is crazy to think about. So this game released in 2000. Street Fighter 2, the game that was like the game that's generally considered the first good fighting game, released in 1991. That means that within 9 years' time, we've gone from like the first generally considered a good fighting game to now there being so many different fighting games between multiple series that like you could have a giant crossover game, but you could have a giant crossover game between two of the big arcade hits. Oh my gosh, look at those old 3D bicycles. That's like an old model. Looks like it almost looks like a three. I think that is, yeah, like an old 3D model of a bicycle they just put in there. Mars Confess, Art of Fighting 3 is such a weird and wonderful overlooked game. I might do another SNK marathon, Fighters Marathon from Hell. Because there's a lot of games I didn't get to cover. In the first stream I did, and when I did that one that stream back in September, there were a lot of games I wasn't able to include because I just didn't have time and didn't own them. But yeah, y'all might see more fighting marathons from Hell, and like, y'all will probably see, whenever I'm able to do them, y'all will probably see more fighting marathons from Hell. Where it's basically like, if you weren't there for that stream and wondering what I'm talking about, there was a stream I did last September where I played through a bunch of fighting games, and I had challenges in place so y'all can make them more difficult if y'all can make it more difficult for me if you wanted. But yeah, y'all will probably see more fighting game showcases and more Marathon from Hell streams when I'm able to do them, because there's a lot of games I'd love to at least take a look at, or at least show off on these streams like these. Man, Japanese devs really love Big Van Vader. Uh-oh. Wait. Yeah. Jackie says he was huge at the time in Japan and WWE. Oh, absolutely. I've heard about Big Van Vader's really big run in Japan, and how he's a legend there. As I get more into fighting games, one thing I find really interesting is just how, like, for how many of them, they're like, their inspirations they took either, like, the very clear inspirations they took from, like, either movies, shows, or real life martial artists, or, like, fighters. Okay. Especially the really early fighting games, where, like, they didn't... Oh, the poison mist! Yeah, especially the really early fighting games. Oh, damn. Got him. Mars Esco fan says, CVS 2 is a gameplay masterpiece, but the first CVS knocks it out of the water in terms of aesthetics. We'll have to see. I've seen a bit of CVS 2's aesthetic, and I really like what I've seen. That I mean, there's a reason they brought the artist for CVS 2 back to do the cover art for this collection, which was a great idea. They do great art. Oh my gosh! Look at are those like? Those aren't sprites. Are those like? Are those rotoscoped? They almost look a little rotoscoped. Okay, they might be sprites, but they almost look like, yeah, real people rotoscoped into sprites. Oh, friggin' Joe Higashi, okay. In every other fighting game series, the person who knows Muay Thai is either like one of the coolest people in the entire roster, King, like for example, King from Art of Fighting, to the point where those, if you've seen King. Yeah, if you've seen King from King of Fighters, you might think she's originally from King of Fighters. No, she's from Art of Fighting. She's kind of eclipsed even other Art of Fighting characters in popularity, just because of how cool she is. So yeah, either the Muay Thai character is like the coolest character in the roster, or they're just a monster, like with the like how Sagat was like the final boss of the very first Street Fighter, and like for example like Fakumran in Tekken is like built up as like this big like legendary fighter, and then there's Fatal Fury, which has Joe Higashi.
Round 2, fight.
Jackie says no one likes Jaguar Revolver. Oh yeah, I guess there is a Dawn as well from Street Fighter, but I don't think people really remember a Dawn from Street Fighter when Sagat is right there. Yeah, King. She's so cool. Probably out of all the all the Muay Thai fighters from fighting games that I know of, King is probably my favorite. Ow, oh gosh, ow, 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 ow. I'm dead. Ow, dang it, she's got me in the corner. Yes, okay. Marzo's defense is she's such a broken character in the best possible way. Oh. Oh, they chose 3 people, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna survive this. Yeah, I ain't gonna survive this. I thought they only picked 2. Mm-mm. Alright.
Which groove do you like? Form up your team.
Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna keep Chun-Li. I might add in my... Yeah, okay, I'll... Oh, dang it, I accidentally selected Turbo.
Show me your best.
Okay, I'll do mine Chun-Li this time.
Round 1, fight.
And as you could probably guess, this is one of Mai's most popular, and this is one of Mai's most popular sprite designs. For reasons you could probably guess. How well animated it is. Especially in certain places. Ah, dang it. Ah, yes. Okay, broke it. Dang it, no. Dang. I ran right into that. Damn it. Shut up, Joe.
Round 2, fight.
There is a noticeable difference in quality between some of the character sprites and others. Like this sprite for Chun-Li is kind of it looks a little off because this is basically like Chun-Li's alpha, like her Street Fighter alpha sprite, but they added in her, like, Street Fighter 2 outfit. I think. Okay. Dang it. Okay. It's already 9:30. It's already 9:30, so I'm gonna give this one more try, and then I'll probably go ahead and move on to Project Justice.
Form up your team.
Okay, so I have 4 spots, and I can basically, depending on each character, different characters cost different amounts. So, gotta pick Chun-Li. I'm curious what decides how much a character is worth, but... Okay, I'll add in King this time. And... I guess Cammy? Yeah, I'm a little curious what decides how much each character is worth.
Brace yourself. Round 1, fight.
Jack says just how much damage they can do slash take. Ah, okay. That's weird. That is still weird that there are characters that are categorically better than others. I mean, like, I guess it makes sense to... They're just, like, characters that are just overall better than others. Okay, let me actually take a look at her move list. Okay, hold rush, sliding kick. Okay, quarter circle forward, kick. That's Venom strike. Double quarter circle forward and kick. That's Venom. That's double strike. Okay, half circle back and kick. That is tornado kick. Let's see if I can do some of these. I think. Dang. Ow. Shut up, Joe.
Round 2, fight.
Okay, let me check to see. Look in the suplex. Frankensteiner. So your opponent grab into that. Light grenade. Away they go. Cannon spike. Okay, cannon spike is a bit... it's going to be a bit tricky to do in this one. Spiral arrow. Okay, cursor forward and kick. Dang. Okay, good. Dang it. Ah, dang, he caught me. Ah, dang. So freaking close. Okay, just one more. Just a little bit more. There. Alright.
Round 4, fight.
Yeah, if next time I lose, I'll switch over to the next game, which should be Project Justice. One thing that is interesting about this collection is, like, it feels very different compared to the previous 2 Capcom fighting collections. Because, like, the Marvel vs. Capcom collection, because it's all the Marvel vs. Capcom games, you can generally see, like, you can generally see, like, the evolution in style that happens. The evolution and changes in style that happens across all the games in one series. And then also the Punisher. the Punisher beat 'em up is in there as well. But... And in Capcom Fighting Collection 1, that was basically like the Darkstalkers collection with a couple extra games thrown in there. So it was a pretty eclectic collection. So it was mainly like, alright, here's all the Darkstalkers games, and here's a few other entries in here. From like, here's a couple like other odd entries in here, like the Power Gem, like a Gem Fight, like Pocket Gem Fighter, and like Red Earth, and like a version of Street Fighter 2. I'm dead. For this collection, though, all these games released in the space of about... These games all released about in the span of 3 years, except for Capcom Fighting Evolution. Yeah, except for Capcom Fighting Evolution. So it's interesting to see, like, just how varied just how many and how varied the selection of games Capcom was releasing at that time. And yeah, all these games, except for Capcom Fighting Evolution, were released between 1998 and 2001. So again, really interesting to see like all these games from like multiple different series in multiple very different styles released all around the same time. Jackie said, yeah, CBS games recorders. I stopped playing it because it costs too much to even try. Okay, we're going to move on to Project Justice. Let me actually see what it's... I'm going to set that down just to be safe. And I'll do a little bit of training in this. Oh, I also should change the type of game I'm playing. I am a little surprised they didn't include Rival Schools. I'm a little surprised they didn't include Rival Schools 1 and this game in there, but... Dang, this art's good. This is good. Some good art. Okay, let's go over the characters. So this is... So I mentioned her earlier, but this is Akira, the girl who made it into Street Fighter. The only Rival Schools character to make it into Street Fighter. And like her being in Street Fighter 5 was like one of the only acknowledgement of Rival Schools in the past like 20 years, 15 years, 15 20 years. So probably pick her, because like Marzesko fan says, she's the biker chick with the rider kick. She is a cool biker girl, so we'll probably pick Akira. And if you haven't seen this series before and are wondering, okay, well, what's Rival Schools? Street Fighter High School. Oh yeah, that's basically just Akira again, but in her full motorcycle outfit. You know, I will pick this. Yeah, I will pick this one. Jackie says all the characters in the very left column are boss characters. Wait, there are 3 variations of Batsu? We have Batsu, Bibatsu, and Vatsu. Okay. So... God dang, the character art for this is so great. Yeah, this is the same universe as Street Fighter. It's basically just like, okay, instead of the fighting being like happening around the world, it's just all the fighting is around these 1 to 2 high schools. Okay, you know, in that case, I will pick. I'll pick her, then I'll pick Batsu. And I have a third pick. You know what? I'll pick Tiffany just because of how American her outfit is. I'm very glad that this game made sure to let me know that Tiffany is from America. Oh, wait, no. I'll also, yeah, I guess I'll pick Polnareff. And... the guy with the giant bat. Dang, this still holds up really well. Yeah, for early 3D models. Dang, this looks great. Ooh, that's good. All right, now. We're fine. Dang, she's so much like a Kamen Rider. We're even fighting in the quarry. Okay, let me check to see her move list. Okay, so gate elbow is quarter circle forward and punch, leaping smash, quarter circle backward and punch and kick, dancing cyclone kick, quarter circle forward and kick, Haten, Haten Rageku, that's quarter circle forward, and that looks to be like a specific kind of punch. That's good, right? Okay, let me see what punches got. Okay, so that's light punch, medium punch. Seems to be a throw. So light punch. Should be medium punch. That's a bit of a side. That's a sidestep. Okay, that's a sidestep attack. I think it might be a well. Yes, it's just a 4-button fighter. Let me actually check the marquee card. That might show me a little bit better. Okay, yeah. So. Okay, yeah. So light. So 2 punches together. That's a throw. Ditch. Okay, that's the 2 kicks together. Mars Defense is kind of in VC2 and it's button layout. Okay, yeah, so it's 2 punches. So it's light punch, hard punch, light kick, hard kick. And then like throw is both punches, ditch is both hard kick, which is basically that sidestep and attack that I saw earlier. So. Jack says, but also has counters like Alpha. Dang, okay. Let's check to see. We check to see that marquee card. How's the counters? Right, I can zoom in. Burning counter. If you guard an attack, enter attack. Okay. So not gonna interfere. Dash, super jump. Check to see. Light punch, heavy kick. Light punch, light kick, heavy punch, heavy kick, throw. Party up techniques, that's a ZR. So special move is ZL. Is L. Turning vigor attack is ZL. Okay. Jackie says it doesn't tell you, you just have to know. Ah. Very much an arcade game then. Ooh, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bring it back. I'm gonna go ahead and start the next. I'm gonna start the story mode. Oh wait, I already read that one. It has been 1 year since Hyo Imawano attacked high schools throughout the country. Yeah, this is like high school wars. Well, it's called rival schools, so life has returned to normal for everyone, and people have forgotten his evil schemes. I feel like they would forget that easily. But now another terror is just about to be unleashed against just as high. What's gonna happen to the school this time? If I remember correctly, I think Sakura from Street Fighter is like a guest fighter in one of these games. Because, you know, she's a high school at the time. There's Batsu. There's this guy, I don't remember his name, but for some reason he's the only Rival Schools character to show up in Capcom vs. SNK. Oh yeah, and each character is like a canonical team they're a part of, so. Dang, seriously, the art is really good. Wait, just a second. Okay. Let me turn that off. Let me see. Maybe. Ooh, that's good. I like this one. Yes. Story mode. Take part in this exciting story. Just remember that you can't always decide which character to use. Well, we gotta do this. Ooh. This'll be interesting. Okay, we'll start with them. They are the like main trio. It's been 1 year since Hyo Imawano took control of Justice High in an effort to eventually rule Japan through the high schools. Life has returned to normal for everyone, and people have forgotten his evil schemes. Yeah, you mentioned that. Batsu, Hinata, and Kyosuke have graduated to the 2nd grade. Since rescuing his mom, Batsu has had time to overcome the stress of changing school. He has finally been able to assimilate into his new classes and even made friends with his classmates through punching. One day, an athletic event they've been waiting for called the dang it. Students at Pacific High began to cause trouble at the event, and in the end, many Taiyo High students were injured. Batsu, what's their problem? Intending to find out what's behind the vicious attack, Batsu and his friends begin their investigation. Alright. This is terrible. Why? I can't believe it. What are those guys at Pacific High thinking? We should pay a visit to Beaumont. He may know something. Dang, this is a full story mode. Greetings, Batsu, Shimoji, and Kyosuke Kagami, and also that third person there. But who the heck are you? How do you know our names? Confused, are you? But perhaps your friend Daigo Kazama can help. Hello, I'm Daigo Kazama. Daigo, what are you doing here? Something wrong? Wait, what? Daigo, what are you doing here? Something wrong? Whoa. Gowoa. Crash Carry says, if it's Project Justice, where's Phoenix Wright? He's in law school right now. So, not one of the schools selected. Oh, we're all in, like, different alternate uniforms. Ooh, good. Alright. Now, it would be cool if we got to see... Because, like, if they were to bring in Rival Schools characters into Street Fighter 6, I'd almost feel like what would be the coolest, most interesting option would basically be do, like, the adult versions of some of the main teenagers from this. Like, adult version, like, Batsu, who now an adult. Or Batsu in college. Nah, that's good. Come on. Oh, dang, okay. Ah, dang it. Come on. There. I'm trying to pull off some moves, but... Ah, damn. The counter failed. You did good. Hooray! Is this the best you could do? I expected more from the Imawano family. How truly disappointing. Ah, shut up! Who on earth are you? Now, no need to be hasty. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of each other, assuming you survive that long! Wait, what's that all about? And why would Daigo turn us like that? Something is seriously wrong with that guy. I got a really bad vibe from him. First the Pacific High incident, now this. What'll happen next? His aura. No, it can't be. Okay. So you're saying that someone deliberately made that scuffle happen and you had nothing to do with it? The mysterious man you just saw, he must be involved somehow. I'll go look for him and prove we're innocent. Okay, we'll have to cooperate with them. In the meantime, let's conduct a different investigation. Oh, okay. Wait a minute, I need to talk to you. Huh? Oh, Kira, you're not going to believe this, but your brother just... Enough, don't talk anymore. Uh-oh. Kira, what's the matter? Batsu, I thought you were my friend, but... Oh, well, okay, it must have been one of the multiple evil Batsus. How dare you do that? How dare you do that to us? It's so cowardly to attack a girl without warning. Wait, I don't understand. Please try to calm down. You can't fool us again. Batsu Chimoji, I will never forgive you. Okay, so someone's posing as Batsu. Alright. Ooh, that's a cool alternate color for Akira. Oh gosh. I love the different team up techniques and all the different personality they give them. Yeah, I love I love the way they showcase the characters' personalities through the team up attacks and their special moves. Oh dang, I missed that really hard. Okay, got her. You know, I'll try Kyosuke. Oh no. Oh gosh, dang. Oh, they're... Jeez, that hurt. Okay, well, I've already beaten Akira. Oh, dang. Uh-oh. Oh, dang. Shit. Even though I haven't picked her, I do kind of like... I'm guessing we're gonna have to see that, like, this fake Vatsu attack Kira in their story. You know, should have expected that things would go wrong at school. The cherry blossoms are out. Okay, come on. Nope, nope. Ah, dang, they got me. They got me. Okay. Ah, I missed that so hard. Dang it. I gotta do better. I gotta get better. Oh, she countered me. Dang. Okay, doing alright so far. Oh, come on. There. Oh, dang. Okay, so close. There, alright, got it. Okay. That's really interesting that you can either go through like each character a different round, or you can use multiple characters once. that you could use like the same character in multiple rounds, but you'll have to win that round with the remaining health. What do you mean by real? We were just attacked by a guy who looked exactly like him. He never even spoke. We believed it was Batsu, but suddenly he attacked us. He attacked us. He looked very determined. Looks just like him. Do you have a brother or something, Batsu? Nope, not as far as I know. Okay. I mean, someone has been disguising himself as Batsu, but who's doing this? What is it? You came back alone and now you want to talk? We'll make it quick. I'm busy. Just come with me. You'll know. She's been mind controlled. Very impressive, Yurka. You actually brought them back successfully. Good job for someone as slow as you. Oh my gosh, the tiny tennis girl is evil. Well, I just want you to stop snooping around and mind your own business. You shouldn't worry about things. What does that mean? I need more explanation. I'm saying you'll be in trouble if you don't stop your little investigation. It'll be me who gets scolded, and I don't like that, so you better do as I say. That's not an explanation. Why would I listen to that? Tell me what you're up to. You, I finally found you. Where's Showa? Tell me. Why should I? Did your jealousy bring you here? Well, okay, there's like 5 people on our side. Whoa, hold on. Security, I'll deal with all of you at the same time. Okay, so all the stories actually kind of converge at different points. Interesting. Okay. Ah, yes. The sport. Should have, of course, suspected the athlete playing the true sport of evildoers. Tennis. Dang it, got countered. Oh, that's right, they get, like, partners can actually buff characters. Jackie says, Momo was my main back in the day. Ah, so you're a tennis fan, Jackie. What the heck? She has some serious combo potential with that freaking tennis racket. Okay, I want to try again with Batsu. Okay, so he gets fully healed up. So yeah, if you do use a character, you don't have to play with their remaining health. They get fully healed up. Marzuka's the findings across between MVC and Samurai Showdown. It's all about timing your attacks and your counters. I mean, I don't mean to doubt what you're saying, but like every fighting game is about timing your attacks. Oh, what the heck? Really nice amusement park here, gotta say, though. Dang. That freaking counter, though. Dang, okay. That means we lose this fight. Okay, so... Alright. We try that again. Batsu I find interesting because he is just the angry high school delinquent character. Just even down to just like his battle intro is him just yelling, is just like angrily yelling before starting the fight. What the heck? They countered that? That's dang. Okay. Dang it. Ah, gosh dang it. Not this again. Oh, what the hell? Dang. Okay, let me try. I was actually doing alright as Hinata, so let me actually try her moves. Ow, 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 ow. Dang it. I do not like this Momo girl. Oh, dang, it's already 10 p.m. Oh, dang. Okay, so, yeah, for the games I don't... Okay, I've had enough of... Well, I probably don't... I don't think I'm going to get to every game tonight, then. If it's the case, but I've only got an hour left. But there are some of these... I do want to... If I don't finish this game tonight, I do want to revisit this game at some point, because this is interesting enough to where I want to keep it going. Dang. Okay. And I would like to see this whole full story mode, because I think it's... I find it really interesting that it's got a full story mode where you have to play as different teams in order to, Yeah, you have to play as different teams in order to win it. Okay, I'm gonna give this one more try. And if I fail this, then I'll move on to Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper. And then I'll have to return to this one. Power Stone 1, I'm fine with not returning to. I've kind of had my fill of that one. But yeah, this one I will want... If I don't beat this tonight, I will want to return to this one. And besides, there's all the remaining games from... I will definitely do one of these whole, like... There will be some at some point in another stream where I play a bunch these all the way through all the games from Capcom Fighting Collection 1, because I realize I've never done that. I've played like a couple of Darkstalkers games on stream, but I've never played through all the games from Fighting Collection CFC 1 on stream. And there's a lot of games that'd be fun to play through. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, I got it. Dang it. I'm sure. I have it one more time. Gosh dang it. Okay, I'll try Hinata one more time. Come on, there. One thing I will say, yeah, game looks amazing. To this day, I mean, how really expressive the character models are. Gosh dang it. What the heck? She countered that? Okay. Dang. Alright, nope. So yeah, I'll move on to... If I lose this time, I'll move on to Alpha 3 Upper. Hooray! Well, I did it once. I'll stick with Hinata, because I actually did beat her with that. Okay. You're okay again. Oh, dang it. That's a really strong violin. Oh no, she's attacking me with the power of music. One of the most dangerous powers. Okay, ow. There. You know, this game might have actually taken some... I wonder if this game took some inspiration from... There's a fighting game I've heard of that is, like, considered by some people to be, like, the first anime... To be the first anime fighter. And it's, like, it's... And the whole premise of the game is it's, like, all these different clubs at a school... Like, in order to get funding for their club, representatives of the club fight each other. So it's also a very, like, high school themed fighting game where, like, each person is, like, a gimmick theme around a different school club. Jeez! Did not expect her to have the Rainmaker. Okay. That's enough of this one for right now. I've only got about 1 hour left of the stream. So, I'll move on to... Set that... Oh, yeah, I did set that. Yeah, these games are tough. I'll move on to... I'm gonna set that to... Set that to 0. Press offensive. She's an intoner. Yeah, I'm gonna move on to Alpha 3 Upper. And then I'll try to get to... I'll move on to Alpha 3 Upper, and I'll try to get Alpha 3 Upper and CVS 2 tonight. And then I'll plan some other time, and then I'll try to plan some other stream where I can try to play through Project Justice again. And then I'll try out Capcom Fighting Evolution. And then I'd also like to play through all the games from the Capcom Fighting Evolution 1. Okay, so first things first, let me change how this looks. That's a cool background. Okay. Well, I'm definitely gonna go with Chun-Li. Jackie says Alpha 3 is a jam and the music is great. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another reason why I'm definitely going to revisit this in another stream. Probably not Saturdays, because I'll probably just start the Saturday stream at normal time. I'll probably start Saturday stream at the normal time, and just will play as much Trails to Azure as I can. Dang, that's good portrait art they got there. It's a very sweaty E Honda. We'll fight him. But yeah, that's another reason. That's another reason why I want to play through more of these. Yeah, play through more of these. Or basically revisit some of the games in this collection that I didn't get to tonight or didn't beat tonight, because there's a lot of. I want to look at all the extra features in this collection. Okay, let me check. No. Okay, so light pick, medium kick, heavy kick. That's standard. So, your spin kick, falling crane, spinning bird kick, back forward, Tensho kicks, token. Marvel's Defense, the Super Gem Fighter is the game you never knew you absolutely needed. Oh, I know about Super Gem Fighter. Wait, what? That's odd. Okay, so for the settings it has here, let me check these controller settings. Super combo. Okay, but why does she walk back for the super combo? Okay. Let me quit. Actually, hold on. I'm going to do training one more time. This is going to make sure I get the right color for Chun-Li.
Select your character. Select your fighting style.
Okay, and then...
Select your...
Okay, it's got to be X for this game. I much prefer how modern fighting games let you pick a character's color, where instead of setting it to a specific button when you press it, they just let you select the character and then select what color and costume you want. Rise of the Fancies, you might want to go to options and lower the default speed select settings. No, I think I'm fine. That just means I need to not choose Turbo 2 for the speed. Right. I'll go ahead with this one. Ooh, this game's also looking great. I mean, all these games... there is not a bad-looking game in this collection. Like, every one of these games look wonderful. And their style... well, except for Capcom Fighting Evolution.
Street Fighter Alpha 3. Select your character.
Okay.
Select your fighting style.
I will actually go with X. I'll go Turbo 1. Wait, hold on a second. That's not the right color. Wait. Yes, this is going to bother me that much. Okay, so what is the right color?
Street Fighter Alpha 3. Upper.
Okay, hold on a second. So what's the right color then?
Select your character. Select your fighting style.
Okay, it is X there. Yes, X there.
Select your fighting style.
Wait a second, what? Wait, it's like a completely different...
Nobody blink.
yeah, it's a different outfit. What the heck? That is weird. It's like a different outfit? Oh, the simple look changed her out. Okay, simple style changed her outfit. I see.
Select your fighting style.
So what happens if I choose V?
Select your fighting style.
Okay, yeah, so simple style changed her outfit.
Can't give it up. Go for it, man.
Alright. So that wasn't... so in CVS1, that wasn't that was not an edited Chun-Li sprite. That was a sprite that was in that was in the Alpha games. It's just the they made her her simple style sprite her main sprite. Well, in that case, I'll just choose standard style, standard.
Select your character. Select your fighting
Okay.
style.
Chun-Li is the ICPO's special detective assigned to Shadowloo. With management corruption, she was powerless as an official. So she works in cooperation with Charlie to defeat Shadowloo. Now they take separate paths as they attempt to find M. Bison. Alright. Yeah, the look for this game looks really nice.
Beat 'em up, guys. Triumph or die.
Come on. I like this how very like outfit is very martial arts films inspired. It's it was definitely like it looks like a mix of Chun-Li's original outfit. Looks like a Chun-Li style take on Bruce Lee's yellow jumpsuit that like everyone references. Just instead of like instead of a it reminds me of that Bruce Lee's yellow jumpsuit, but like a Chun-Li style take on it. It looks really nice. Alright. Yeah, I set this one to the easiest difficulty because we only got about like 45 minutes left. So I would like to play through both this and CVS too. Oh dang, Vega already? Yeah. Oh joy, it's
Let's party! Go for broke!
oh dang, ow. Dang, him with his low kicks. Gosh. Nope. Okay. Got him that time. Had a little bit of trouble there, but...
Nobody blink! Triumph or die!
Oh, geez. Oh, dang. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, gosh, dang. Yeah, okay, got it.
I can't believe my eyes!
You know, Chudley, I don't believe I don't believe you're saying that sincerely when you're talking to Vega, of all people. And honestly, he could take a couple kicks to the face. Alright, next is Sakura.
It's showtime! Face it straight!
Oh, that's right, Sakura was introduced in this game. Which is interesting, because it's like, yeah, it's a prequel to SF2 from what I remember, so... Well, almost got perfect there.
Nobody blink!
Alright, now... Now I've played a bit of Street Fighter 2 a long time ago. But this, like the alpha games, I haven't really played at all. Although if I do one of the stream ideas I have, which is a GBA fighting game showcase, there's an idea I have for a special stream that's basically like showing off a bunch of GBA fighting games, because there were actually quite a few. One of the games I would definitely feature is there was a Street Fighter Alpha port for Game Boy Advance.
Sharpen your fangs! It's not the end!
Akuma? Okay, Akuma is enemy 4.
Get ready, fighters! Go
Jeez, okay. Dang, he kicked me out of that. Okay, got him with that.
It all depends on your skill. Go for broke.
All right. Gosh, dang it. Oh gosh. Just jogs right around that. No wonder Akuma is the most dangerous, most powerful Street Fighter character. He's the one guy who knows about the line system from Fatal Fury. Or just his own variation of the line system where he just sneaks, where he just, like, teleports behind you.
Congratulations.
Okay, next, match number 5. Oh, so well, since I didn't beat CVS 1, I might also, when I revisit this collection, might play through that as well. Oh, I guess this is the first rival fight. You confirm that you were involved with Shadowloo. Now, tell me where the Shadowloo bases and and M Bison are.
Nobody
Okay.
blink. Triumph or die.
Okay. Oh, dang. This just launched me. Okay, got him there. Marvelous Defense is hilariously in the EX games. He just does a fancy sidestep. You know, now that I think about it, as far as other games they could add in a Capcom Fighting Collection 3, there is the Street Fighter's early attempts at a 3D game with like the Street Fighter EX games. Those could be included. Oh, that Kikosho has such a short range. There we go. All right. This is what happens when you don't cooperate. This is what happens when you don't cooperate. Now talk. Blast it. I'll never talk. Now bug off. I have business in Thailand. Oh, well, shouldn't have said that. Brothers and Fences, those characters are owned by Arika. They released their own sequel with their own original characters, Fighting X Layer. No, I know about Fighting X Layer, but I meant specifically... No, I know about Fighting X Layer, but I mean... It might be possible for Capcom to work something out with Arika to where they could re-release Street Fighter EX.
Namaste. Hey, come on. Stand up. Face it straight. Yunga.
Dang it. Dang it. Oh, okay, and there is one other, like, there's another major Capcom fighting game that could be released in a Capcom Fighting Collection 3, but I don't know if we'll ever see it, and that is the JoJo, fighting game that Capcom made. That's like basically like JoJo Part 3 fighting game. But that would take quite a few hoops to go through in order to get. Although they were able to go through they were able to get all the Marvel vs. Capcom games, so it's possible. Like, a different company now has the rights to, I forget exactly which company, it might be Bandai Namco. But yeah, a different company has the rights to make JoJo games, so Capcom would have to work out with them if it'd be able to re-release the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, like that old fighting game. Hmm. Jackie says, "Eyes of Heaven." They do not want that brand nightmare. Yeah, that's the big thing. Is like you'd have to take working with Bandai Namco and like get permission to release a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure game again. So it would be a lot of work. But like a year ago at this point, everyone thought that we would never see a Marvel vs. Capcom release ever again, and we got it. So.
Go for it, man!
So I won't count it out of the realm of impossibility, because I mean, if Capcom was able to get Disney to work with them, then if Capcom was able to get Disney to allow them to re-release some games instead of Capcom, and Disney didn't try to force them to turn the games into like some weird live-action remake movie that doesn't understand the whole point of the original, then yeah, I think they might have a chance. The JoJo game might have a chance.
Let's party! Go for broke!
Come out there. Oh, dang. Finally got with the Kosho.
You win! You have fists of God! Yeah, the world's waiting for you!
Okay, next. Oh, Rainbow Mika.
Nobody blink!
Okay.
Triumph or die!
Oh, dang. So even when they're in a different style, they have like a different. Even their life bar is totally different. Just a minute. Jackie says, "Let's go, Mika." I mean, let's go, Brawl. No, you can support. No, you can say, "Let's go, Mika." You can support my opponent.
Stand up! Face it straight!
And watch as I crush them before your very eyes. There. Got it. All right. Okay, on to the next one. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Ooh. Who are you? Who are you again? You must not interfere. We were born to serve. That's a freaking amazing background. This stormy night with those trees being thrown about in the wind and the freaking skull cloud. Look, this is like an all-time great fighting game background. Looks like the world, the very sky itself has been taken over by death. Ah, dang, missed with that. Okay, hold on. Yeah, okay. Found a bot I need to block. Or found a bot I had to block. Yeah, this is a really amazing back. This is a really amazing background for this stage. But yeah, this is a really amazing stage. I think. Out. Come on. Okay. On to the next one.
Congratulations!
And here's Bison. The problem has arisen, she's become aware of herself. How could you do such a thing to a little girl? Well, she ain't that little. Relax, my dear, the show must go on. Okay. Okay, for the boss screen, this actually looks, yeah, for what's supposed to be the boss fight. Oh gosh, I gotta fight all 12 of them, don't I?
It's showtime! Face it straight!
Okay, I gotta fight 2 of them at once at least. But yeah, for what's supposed to be like the first boss fight, this actually looks less threatening than the previous stages because it's the exact same stage, but now pink, and the skull clouds are going. It is a very good thing I'm not playing this on a harder difficulty. Gosh, imagine fighting 2 enemies at once, 2 characters at once on a harder difficulty. This would be really tough. Okay, a little bit more. There, alright. Got her.
You win! Beat 'em up, guys! Triumph or
Okay, that's right. Yeah, 2 rounds of it even. Oh, goodness. Man. Oh. Oh, they freaking got me. Dang it. What? Here. Okay, gotcha.
you win! That's great! Super! Excellent!
Okay, now I fight Bison, I assume. Unless he actually is going to call out all other 10 clones. What? A gun? Suddenly, what do you need that for? Just throws away the gun. Well, I mean, I would laugh at her just throwing away the gun, but she knows that she knows that her thighs are stronger. Okay, come on. Oh dang. I do think maybe I actually said it a little too easy this time, but we do have like only about 30 minutes left. I do really want to get to Capcom SNK 2. Capcom V versus CVS 2, which is kind of like the main like headliner for this whole collection. I mean, to the point where it's like it's the main game being focused on in the artworks. Jake says you're having fun with it. It's all right. I am having fun, and it is a nice look at a lesser known one of these Street Fighter games. Jeez, that was big. Because people don't talk about Street Fighter Alpha as much as Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 3, Street Fighter 4, and Street Fighter 6. Drug trafficking, illegal arms possession, and manufacturing. That list of charges is enough. I'm arresting you now. What? Wah ha ha ha. He's suddenly Wario. As long as they continue to make Street Fighter games and people play my character in Evo, I will never die. As far as this offense, people talk about Alpha 3. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that people, yeah, of course they're fans of this game. They're fans of every fighting game. I'm saying that people don't talk about Alpha 3 as much as. Yeah, what I said was people don't talk about Alpha 3. Wait, what the heck? Oh, he's attacking some random plane. But yeah, people don't talk about Alpha 3. Oh, hi, Charlie. People don't talk about Alpha 3 as much as. People don't talk about the Street Fighter Alpha as much as Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 3, Street Fighter 4, and more recently Street Fighter 6. There must be something I can do to stop this madman. Jackie says there's a mode where you fight 3 M Bisons at once on the hardest mode. Dang. It would have been cool to see. What the heck? Robo Buddha? It would. Oh my gosh! Opa. That's awesome. Why did we not get a boss fight against this? I would have loved to fight this like a boss fight. Oh, jeez. He'll be fine. He'll be back for Street Fighter 2. Oh wait, I thought Charlie like sacrificed himself, and that's how that got stopped. Barzosco says, yeah, about 90% of this game's story is non-canon. Okay.
Game over.
Okay, and that is... Okay, and that's Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper beaten. So, I might have to go a little bit later tonight, but I will get to... Yeah, I might have to go a little bit later tonight, but I will get to... I will try to play through CVS 2. Okay, now... Let me exit that, and I'm now on to CVS 2. Okay, so... Yeah, this will probably... And I'll have to revisit CVS 1, revisit Project Justice, and then try out Capcom Fighting Evolution at a different time.
Capcom versus SNK 2. Mark of the Millennium 2001.
Trademark. Aki has a little trademark symbol there in the title. Okay. So, gosh, this artwork, dang, so good. Okay, let me check. Turn that off. And... Gotta choose that. Yeah, I know... Gosh. I know there are major differences between the different groups, but I gotta remember... Okay, let me choose... Oh wait, hold on. Let me reset that. That's not the mode I want. I definitely want to choose the mode that lets me... I want to choose the mode that lets me pick a group of 3, so... Let me check to see... There should be like a manual or something that tells me what each of the different grooves are. So let me check to see what that it says. Okay, so super combo level system. Your gauge changes every attack. Your strength increases 3 levels based on how many gauges you have stocked. Custom combo gauge system. When your gauge is full, go for a full crazy combo. If your gauge is more than half full, you do a level 1 super combo. Extra gauge system. Or your vitality gauge slice, you must keep performing special moves. Advanced power gauge system. Make your attack power increase the activate max by choosing to stack your own gauge. Super combo gauge system. Your character is fully charged, you'll be able to perform the level 3 super combo. Rage gauge system, your gauge is fully charged. Okay, Team Maker, create a team with 3 characters. Ratio Maker, determine the strength ratio points of each character. Your team assists to 2 characters. You can contribute the ratio points in either a 1 to 3, 2 to 2, or 2 3 1. Ratio points determine the strength of the character. The character's ratio can be between 1 and 4. You have 4 ratio points to find one character team. Okay, so that's how I choose different team members. Alright then. Dang, okay, it doesn't let me choose multiple teammates. That's a shame. Oh. By the way, you've been on Project Justice. Gosh dang it. Yeah, okay, I'm still on Project Justice. Alright.
You can feel the calm before the storm as the round begins.
Alright. Check to see. Wait, what the heck? I see those trucks running towards us in the distance. Just flying over them. Oh, I'm gonna like this game style, I can tell. Okay, there. Alright. Yeah, we're running out of time. I've only got... Yeah, we're running out of time, so I'll go ahead and... Dang it. Not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I'll go ahead and try start playing the arcade mode of this. And then for one of the reasons why I'm going through all these arcade modes first is this helps me figure out which of these games I'd like to play online matches for, which I will at some point in the future. I will do some more. I would like to do some streams where I play through these games play through online matches for these games. Now we're gonna set that down too. Actually, just yeah, we'll keep it at 1. I'll keep it at 1.
Capcom versus SNK2, Mark of the Millennium 2001. All records are made to be broken.
So it's kind of an advance. So instead of a character, I already like this more than CVS1 because instead of characters being set to a number of ratio points, you can select how many ratio points they have. So you can pick a team of 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Capcom. This is the tournament for the new millennium. You'll experience the most exciting battle in history. Let's get ready to battle. Feel the intensity when power and technique collide.
Ooh, this is such a good opening.
A battle beyond your imagination. Let the martial arts madness begin.
There's already been a few examples of this happening with a. There's already been a few examples with with some games that have already released, but I'm certain. Yeah, we're probably gonna see as soon as more developers are able to figure it out. We're definitely gonna see like a surge in like indie fighting games, kind of inspired by this style.
If you choose the wrong
Bringing combo system. Reload super combo system. Okay, I'll just go with standard C gauge. Okay. Next, let me pick Terry. Mars defense is maximum team count is 3. Okay, so it only goes up to 3. Ooh, my or... There's a lot of characters I want to try out. You know what? I will pick... That's right, Rock is in this game. Yeah, I'll pick mine. All right.
Location is New York.
All right, let's go.
This battle is about to explode. Fight!
Johnny Beer. Oh, love that music. Yeah, I gotta say, I think I actually like this game style a little bit more than CVS 1's. It almost feels like a development of, like, the advanced CVS 1 style, and gosh dang is the music so good. I mean, I've played, for a lot of the fighting game streams, I've already been playing, for, like, the pre-show, for the stream starting, for multiple fighting game streams, I've played songs from CVS 2 just because I already knew how great the soundtrack was.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
Thank. Oh, what the heck? But, I mean, both have really good styles. This just really comes down to a matter of taste for me. Okay. Dang. Although I would like to select... I do want to at least spend some time playing as Terry and Mai. Alright then. Well, I guess I don't get to choose between them.
Next location is London.
That or I just set it up to where I wouldn't select between the three of them. And they're just in the set order. Oh, jeez.
This is gonna be a
Okay.
match to remember. Fight!
Morgan, great to see you here, but dang, they really just dropped in the Morgan sprite from Darkstalkers here, didn't they? Oh, they're doing the theme. Behold, one of the greatest songs in video games. I love all these references to both Capcom and SNK games they have with the characters cameoing in the background.
This battle is about to explode. Fight!
Mars Defense is a push and punch of the same strength to select your first and second characters. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, got it. Yeah, all these games looked really great. All these games have looked really great. Well, besides, out of the ones I've played so far, I haven't seen Capcom Fighting Evolution yet. Yeah, all the games I've played so far look really great, but I think overall this game is my favorite style. I'm loving how this looks. Alright, the next... Hmm. Oh, nope. Okay, that didn't change anything. Dang, okay. Unless I pushed the wrong buttons.
This battle is about to explode.
Just fighting it. Just fighting in the Arctic. Okay. Oh, oh gosh, there's a whole boat coming this way. They really took advantage, like that. They were like they knew how to make 3D models now, just to make giant vehicles show up on the screen. What, the boat is part of the celebration? My goodness. I know I should be paying. I'm trying to pay attention to the fight, but I'm just in awe of like everything they're showing here. Dang, even the polar bears are invested, wondering what's going on. Ah, dang it. Got me. Alright. Now Terry. I like the basically like fighting commentary that's going on. Oh, gosh, there's just entire crowds of people have showed up to watch.
This battle is about to explode.
There, right. There we go. Okay, let me try this again. Come on, Terry. You don't have to be that rude. Alright, now next. Let me try this again, see if I can select.
Next location is Shanghai.
Okay, Kyo, Terry, and E Honda. Okay, it worked that time.
Is about to explode.
Ooh, this is a good looking stage. I can yeah, I am certain that when Evo comes around this year, the matches for this game at Evo are going to be crazy to see. Alright, next. Dang. Okay, what? Oh, damn it. There. Okay. Dang it, he broke through my guard. Okay. I almost got him already. Honestly, the way this plays is kind of a slightly more accessible King of Fighters, which I mean makes sense. The whole premise of this game, CVS 2, at least from what I know, is that CVS 2 is basically like, hey, what if there was a world where the King of Fighters tournament happened, but all the characters from these different Capcom games were invited. And yeah, out of all the games that play, out of all the games that like their setting is like, oh, there's a world tournament of fighters that I've played, which is quite a few because it's very common for fighting games for many years. This is like the actual feel of a fighting tournament. Yeah, this one has some of the most feel like a fighting tournament, with like the big crowds watching you fight, so like the commentary going on.
Wait a second.
Oh,
A new opponent has interrupted the tournament.
oh boy. Oh, okay. Dang, we didn't even get to celebrate before he interrupted. So out of the games I've played on the collection so far, definitely want to revisit Project Justice to try and beat its story. Same with Capcom vs. SNK 1. And Capcom vs. SNK 1 and Project Justice I want to revisit to try and beat their story their story or slash arcade mode. And then I do need to play I still have to try out Capcom Fighting Evolution. Yeah, Capcom Fighting Evolution. But I'd say out of the games I've played, my favorites so far, CVS 2. Yeah, CVS 2 and like Power Stone 2 are definitely my favorites. But I could see myself playing online matches for a lot of these different games. Oh dang, ow. Dang, almost caught him with that. There, okay, got him. Yeah, we're gonna run a little later of time so I can beat this game. But by the time I beat this, that'll actually mean I'll have played through 4 games in this collection. Oh, he said, yeah, because I beat Power Stone 2, beat Plasma Sword, beat Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper, and by the end of this, I should be hopefully be beating a CVS. That CVS. Oh well, this is the final stage, then yeah. Yeah, so yeah, CVS 2, this game, CVS 2, Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper, Power Stone 2, and Plasma Sword. So that's 4 of the games beaten, meaning I'll have done 4 playthroughs in this stream. Meaning that that whole personal goal I had wanted of like playing 30 games beating 30 games on stream before I turn 30, I'll be up to, at the end of the stream, I'll be up to 10. So about a third of the way through that. Dang it. Here. Okay, that guy. And total number of playthroughs. Okay, counting this one after I beat it. So yeah, by the end of the stream. Oh, great, it's Iori. Yeah, by the end of the stream, with Plasma Sword being the 167th playthrough I've done, Power Stone 2 being playthrough 168, Street Fighter Alpha 3 being playthrough 169, then that'll make this once I beat this game, that'll make this playthrough 170, meaning I will be 30 games away from 200 playthroughs on the channel. 200 playthroughs in this channel's history. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Huh? Dang, it was so close to beating him with my... Oh, oh boy. Gotcha. Okay then. Great battles, it's how it's to outplay and fight. The mark of the millennium is done. Oh, I thought there was going to be some secret, super tough boss fight, but no, that really was just a... They actually did just fight their way through a tournament. So yeah, I was expecting. Usually there's some big. Usually it's interrupted by some big monster who attacks us and go to the tournament. Yeah, if that's actually the finale of the tournament, then means I win. That was a bit. Oh, there he is. Oh, okay, I guess. Yeah, okay, that must have been that must be a secret boss fight then. So yeah, with me beating that, that brings me up to. That brings me up to 170 playthroughs on this channel. So yeah, we're okay. I'm not. I didn't get through everything in this collection tonight because I still want to play through. I still want to beat Project Justice, and I want to revisit CVS One, and also need to try out Capcom Fighting Evolution. And I will get to those at some point. And there's also, I mean, there's a whole bunch of other of these fighting games I want to get to, like all the games from Capcom Fighting Collection One. So I'll try to see when I can plan some time to play this. It won't be in the immediate future, just because I'm going to be starting, since I beat Yakuza Kiwami, I'm going to be starting Trails to Azure and Pokemon Legends Arceus soon. And both of those are really big games. But depending on how things go with me finding a new job, I would like to. I've been hoping to do this for some time, ever since last year, which is around the week of around the week of like Evo, which should be in August. Like take that whole week and play like fighting games all week. So if I can do that, then that'd be a great time to revisit this collection and visit Capcom Fighting Collection 1. But I'll have to see when I can find some time to do that. In the meantime, though, yeah, that's. Thank y'all for joining me. I didn't get to every game, but got through as many as I could, and I did have a blast with quite a few of them. Power Stone 2, CVS 2, all of those were a lot of fun to play through. And the game and a CVS 1 Project Justice. Even though I didn't beat those, I do want to revisit those because both of those were pretty fun. But yeah, the just kind of short on time because I got work tomorrow. But let's see who's here. We'll see who's live tonight, and I'll see who we can raid. You know what? We haven't raided Ultima Shadow yet. I'll raid him. But again, thank y'all for tuning in. Had a blast playing this. Had a blast talking with y'all while playing through all these games. We'll definitely revisit more of these because yeah, I want to play some of these. I want to play some of these online. I want to some of them, the ones that I didn't beat the story for. I do want to beat, and I want to. I want to taste the. I guess I want to taste the poison of Capcom Fighting Evolution for myself to see just how bad the poison is. Oh, okay. Well.
Earn your place in history. Inscribe your glorious name here.
C B R L. Bro.
I know that you'll be back.
Dang it, they got me.
Are made to be broken.
Yeah. That'll be it for the stream tonight. We're gonna go raid Ultimate Shadow. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll be back on Saturday, starting the long-awaited, at least by me, uh, Trails to Azure. And even though I didn't get through everything tonight, I will definitely plan at some point revisiting the games from all of these collections. I mean, y'all fighting games are currently big hyperfixation of mine, and I already really liked them before that. So you'll definitely see more game. You'll definitely see the games from all three of these collections return on stream. Yeah, have a good rest of the night.